bids through WashDOT. So the first 4, we have to request construction funding. It's a formal process and an agreement. And then we also, at the same time, we have a prospectus that we put together before we start anything. And before construction, they ask that we update that as well. So the first 2 are associated with the striping additions to the county roads. And then the next 2, item number 12 and 13, are associated with the guidepost and signing upgrade. And so the total, so one of those we're asking for, we got grants for $161,300, and then the other one we're getting $583,500 through the feds for those improvements. Item number 14, each year we have to publish, we're required by RCW to publish the amount of work that county crews will do on construction, road construction. So typically in any given year, since I've been here, we typically do the BST or the chip seal surface on our gravel road upgrades. And there would be a dollar amount there, but this past year, we didn't do as much because we spent a lot more time on the building, and we shoved some of our projects out into the future to make that happen without having to take on any new staff. So so this year we don't have anything because we, like I said, it's typically the BST surface, and there are none to put down this year. So if something comes up that doesn't prevent us from doing the work, we have a limit by RCW of a little over 800,000 that our crews can do each year. So on the roads, doesn't prevent us from doing building projects and other things, but the RCWs apply to basically taking work away from the private contractors. So,
and is that on just repairs? Is that like considered grading? Like, does all that get thrown into it as well? Or
no, it's
only on new build.
Yeah, it's only new or reconstruction.
Okay, reconstruction.
Yeah, major projects. Okay. Then we have a small works contract. And this is for the Klickitat radio site. So we're improving the HVAC system there, and so that it'll keep our equipment cool. And that's item number 15. Item number 16 is a notice to contractors scheduling a bid opening for February 16th, and this is for the courthouse entry project improvements. So that one's underway, at least for the bid process. And then we have item number 17 is award and execute a contract with Coburn Electric, and this is our annual electrician that we have on call. So he's got a list of a few projects, but mostly for those things that come up where we need a licensed electrician to do work on short order. And then we'll have, I think we have several more to update, but we're going through that process. So those specialties that we can't provide or don't have people, or it's not economical for us to do in-house, there'll be several more of these. Let's see, and then we have 2 pay estimates. One for Kirby Nagelhout in the amount of $806,644.82 for the building. And then this last one is All Seasons Heating, and this is for the last on the jail ventilation and heating system that we just are finishing up for $11,570.68.
I got a quick question, Gordy. How many of these, I guess I'd say bids that you send out, do we have local? How often, or if we ever have local heating, air conditioning, electric guys actually put in a bid, or are these projects just too big for our guys?
We've had the electrical contract here locally. A local contractor picked that up a couple of times since I've been here. Heating and air conditioning, we've never had anybody. When Floyd used to be the guy, we've talked to Floyd, and we've had meetings where we invited contractors in to kind of talk through our process, because there's more paperwork
Right.
to work for the government. So we've talked to them.
Bonds and, yeah.
Yeah, so we've talked to them. We've got local contractors to bid, and you know, it depends on, you know, if they're all really busy right now, so they don't need to go through that process with us, because it's longer.
Right.
But yeah,
And there was a
do-
local HVAC guy that bid on, this one I saw, it was A&E, which is here in the gorge.
Right, I just locally,
Yeah, he
in
was-
Klickitat County.
Yeah,
versus-
they're in Klickitat County, or the owner is.
Yeah, so, yeah, so we get people to bid, yeah.
I mean, they have an office in Hood River.
I was gonna say, I thought
But
the
they have
office
workers,
was
I know
across the road, right.
But
The owners, the worker, because they did them in my house, and they were, I knew them, they were from my
That's the idea, and to keep the money in the county.
Yeah.
And help our people more, which is why that question was there. But
Yeah, no, that's a good question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But I will say we have had reluctance in the past
Right.
from folks to bid on a lot of this stuff, just because of either that they don't understand, or there is some, you know, anytime you do government contracting.
They
it's-
gotta have the money until the project's done.
It is.
Back, and a lot of smaller guys can't do
It's
that.
hard. You
No,
do.
yeah. We, when we did the remodels in the courthouse over the past 5 years, a local contractor has done most of that. HWH bid, there are other bidders, but he's been successful in the low, that's a challenge. I think when you look at the results Jake talked about, you know, it was really close. But we're required to take the low bidder, so unless there's some reason.
Some reason like supporting our local.
Well, no, that they don't have a license, or, you know, some,
So you're saying in a public bid process like that, if Yakima person or business bid 10,000 and our guy bid 11,000, we couldn't go with the 11,000 by commissioner vote to keep it local.
you'd violate, without violating RCWs, yeah.
You have to have a really good reason.
Really compelling reason to not pick the low bidder.
Yeah.
And that's compelling, not being helping your people, I guess. So, yeah.
No, I mean, that's compelling, but I mean, and there is some,
So how the feds
Yeah.
do it, the feds have, when they do their contracting, like for the Forest Service, they do it on a point scale, so low, so it's, you know, overall value. And so price is one thing, but local economy gets
Right.
points in it. And so
Right.
that's how
And that's
like-
kind of what I was thinking. So,
but it's a pain to go through that
Right.
process.
Yeah, on the building, when we did that, we had other criteria as well. They had to, you know, show that they had the capability to build it, that they had the experience, they had reference, there were a lot of other things that we looked at to be sure that they had the ability to complete the job once they started. So, but we typically on the state projects, or where we get federal or state grants, they don't allow us to do those kinds of things. It'd be nice, it really would be in some cases.
sorry to change the subject, just looking for a little procedure information for future issues. So,
Nope.
not good.
Anytime. Okay, and then we have our bid opening for the annual striping program this summer, and that opens at 1:30 today.
should be riveting.
Yes, right. Familiar players on that one,
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I mean, but it's more than one, so that's
Yeah.
good. And they do, although the last year's has been competitive for
Yeah.
a couple, 3 years, seems like.
Yeah, it changes hands, so that's.
It does,
that
that's
means they're
good. They
sharpening their
are,
pencil.
they're pushing on each other, so it's
Uh-huh.
good.
Yeah, it's good to get out early too.
Yeah.
Okay, Courtney Road, I was told to knock on wood, but it looks like we're getting close to at least one or two of the out of town negotiations. And so we're pretty close on that project. Old Mountain, I was told on this one, we have one left to get, and that should come in this week. But again, there's no guarantees till we see it. Our SDP paving project, still working through the WashDOT process on that one to get construction funding. And then you've seen we're applying for construction funding on the safety projects. Oh. So I think since winter hasn't arrived, the guys will be able to do some grading work and brushing and those kinds of things that we can do with, because our trucks are pretty tied up. We might be able to unconnect one or two, but we don't want to have them all disconnected. So
If you can disconnect something, you know it's gonna snow.
Yeah.
yeah, right, exactly.
Which we need snow, so just do one, not two.
Yeah.
A reasonable,
Yeah, we don't want the 6-foot snow.
My weather predictors say February, 1st of February, so we'll see if that comes true. On the building, I don't think there's really anything new from our meeting on Thursday. I'll be working through this week, I think, with the offices that may need assistance, and we'll try and come up with a number of temporaries to help us out to archive. So that'll hopefully come next week for the request. And then we talked about the courthouse entry. That's we're asking to go to add on that one. Still working toward a jail control board update the end of the month. And that'll be a closure. It'll be more work for the sheriff's office to accommodate, so we get lights turned on and off. And I guess the time to go to bed is turn the TV off at night. So we have to make sure they can remotely do those kinds of things.
that's good. Gordy, can you, or actually to my seatmates, I need to go take a call for a couple minutes, and so I'm gonna step out, so. go
Okay.
ahead. If I'll be around all day,
Sure.
so if there's other stuff, I'll be back.
Okay.
So if he leaves, you can ask for all that money.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let's see here. Radio sites, nothing new. The guys are down there. Our carpenter that we hired this past fall is down there constructing that improvement inside the fire hall in Klickitat.
Mhm.
And for the building though, I passed out this sheet. So this is, I think originally they had a table for where Lee and Ibby Jane and the prosecutor or whoever would sit. We have 4 seats today, and they provided 4 seats in this layout. But that makes that table pretty long.
Mhm.
The one thing that I think it should have is right now, basically Lee has something that hides where she's working and all the stuff that's on the desk.
Yeah.
It seems like you may want that.
Yes, I would say.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So we'll make sure that it has that.
We want to make
Are
sure
they
we have
building
that.
this, or
You have, yeah, what's that?
are they building this stuff, or?
Yeah, so this will be casework like this is. So the people making the cabinets will make this stuff for us for the new building.
But it's not Kirby nagling out, like, we're getting to design this more so than.
It's Kirby. Kirby will supply it. They have a cabinet maker that's building because this table, the side table where Lee and Ibby Jane and the staff would sit, they originally just proposed a table, and that's not adequate. So the bench was always in the contract. This will be a change basically to the contract to fabricate this.
So we're gonna have the prosecutor and staff on the same side of the room. Is that the plan for this?
Yes. Yeah, right now we have that ADA where we have to have an ADA ramp,
Yeah.
and that takes up the other side.
The ADA ramp up to here,
Yes,
up to
the one
top.
step, yeah.
I'm getting old, Drake. I might be more efficient.
There's no way to put it next to the ADA ramp? Like,
Not without, because of that, there has to be a railing there so that they don't fall off the edge of the ramp.
right,
And by the time, if we put enough room to have the chairs and the desk or the counter, we'd be out into the middle. There wouldn't be much room left in the middle. So basically Lee's thing would come out basically almost to Dave's seat to do that. Because you have to keep that aisle open behind them and have that, you kind of see there's a rail there to keep a wheelchair from rolling
Why
off
don't we
the
do it
edge.
in here?
What's that?
Well, I guess,
There's no ramp here.
Yeah, there's no ramp.
Right,
Yeah.
that's our problem, is there's no ramp. I don't know how much Mr. Cornell likes the idea. I don't know if he's gonna be over there with us, since he's over here and we're over there, he might be just tuning in via Zoom a lot over there.
Yeah, he might be. I mean,
So,
we can put a short divider between the two.
It would be kind of nice, where the ramp is, if maybe there could be a spot for the prosecutor. So it wouldn't interfere with the ramp, it'd be a little bit further back. If that would be a possibility. Rarely you're going to need that ramp,
yeah,
never.
fold up ramp maybe, like a hide a bed against the wall, we can fold it down when needed.
yeah.
Life would be a lot easier if we could do things like that.
Common sense is not allowed in government, people.
No, not at all.
Mr. Cannell, you're looking at my little picture here, so if you want to later discuss this issue, feel free.
Okay.
And then is the behind us really gonna look like, the top of a barn? Corrugated tin is what it looks like?
No, they have to kind of attenuate the sound in the rooms and on a lot of the spaces, since we don't have, we have a lot of hard surfaces. They have this felt product. There's an example of it out on the board outside. And basically that's what that is. So it's I guess you could call it corrugated, but it's basically little bumps of this.
To absorb the sound.
Yeah. Kind of dampen things so it doesn't bounce off everything, and will allow you to hear, I think, from the audience a little better without it bouncing off the wall behind you.
No way we can see those big beams up on top, is there?
Yeah, I don't know that, I think there's just a cloud here, but I got to go back because I'm like, I don't think it was all hard ceiling in here. So,
Yeah, I'd like, I mean, if we can, more wood the better.
yeah. I know down below there's a cloud basically that provides some sound dampening, place for lights and those kinds of things. And
You could stick that in between those big beams,
yeah,
a little bit, and then you could still have the reveal of those big, beautiful pieces of wood
they are.
to make it not look so boring. When are you hoping to go down and look at furniture? When were we?
Yeah, so they won't let us because it's in Portland, they can't open their offices. They can't open anything.
Oh.
I've tried to set up, actually, they canceled both times I tried to do it. And then their governor shut them down. And so they're still not able to open up. But we are still moving forward. And so one of the things on my list to ask is, do you want me to have them, they would like to, the furniture group, Hyphen is the company, would like to start working toward a furniture package. And so every Wednesday after our meeting with the contractor, so at 2:30 to, an hour or so after that, we'll be meeting every week to talk about and develop a list of furniture. So if you want, I can have them include you and you can join in via Zoom.
Yeah.
And you can, if you have time and are available. And then when we get a chance to go look at stuff, we'll do that.
Right.
So, because I like to kick the tires too.
Yes.
I know that Gordy's office, Angie contacted me this morning about a list of who wants, like, do you want an L-shaped desk? How many filing cabinets might you want? You want a bookcase, things like
Yeah.
that. And that's kind of hard if you don't have anything to really see.
Yeah. Yeah, I think some people were able to provide that. They just knew what they wanted.
Mhm.
And I think some people, it's a struggle. I know there are people in my office that are, I don't know, show me what you got.
Like in the reception area where Ibby sits, I'm assuming that's gonna be built in. That's covered.
Yeah, her counter's built in.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then the same with, we have a work area too, and that'll be like an island
Yes,
desk, that's permanent.
yep, cabinets and casework, yep.
In our storage area, I don't see any reason why we can't take our storage racks that are down in the basement and put them in there.
Uh-huh.
Same with like my bookcases, my files are just fine, they work. It'd be nice to have a new desk in that office. And then the commissioners will need to kind of determine what they want as well.
Yeah, I think we would need to, I guess I would say, figure out which office, because you might have different desks work differently in different offices up there too, because those offices are kind of a different weird shape.
Yeah, I think two of them are pretty similar and the other one is a little with that big corner out of it.
Corner out of it, yeah,
Yeah, maybe more challenging.
so. Yeah, but, yeah, sooner rather than later, it'd be good to see know what we're gonna do.
Yeah, we have to have a pack to get everything here to be set up by the time we want to move in, because they have to build it and then set it all up for us. We have to put our order in by April. So.
Okay.
Well, it seems like you got lots of time, it'll go by fast.
Right.
So as soon as we can get something from them, we'll give it to people to take a look at. And that I think will help a lot of people figure it out. Okay, so maybe I'll talk to David about, Cornell, about his thoughts on being in the same area.
I would like to run it by him because I don't wanna, I mean, some counties don't have a prosecutor that sits through the meetings. I understand we have COVID now and he's not here, he's online, thank God. But some counties just don't have that.
Right.
And I don't want to not make him feel welcome enough that we end up not having it as a county.
Right.
So I want to make sure we get at least his input and opinions on what any mediation we might be.
Okay.
And the other thing, with that long stretch and then where that table sits, you're pushing you a long ways out into the, where you can sit pretty close here.
Yeah.
You double that distance for where you're sitting. Otherwise, you're gonna have staff sitting behind you, which.
Or beside anyway.
Yeah.
True.
So,
Yeah.
let's try to get creative there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So hospital vaccination station at the fairgrounds. So I talked to Erin and she has agreed that the function would be under the health department. So that makes the agreement process really simple. We have an agreement with a waiver and Erin signs it and then you guys will sign it. And that's the easy part. So our insurance covers us in this process. And then
Don't we need to get that soon if they're starting on the 21st or the 22nd or
next
whatever?
week,
tomorrow.
Oh,
yeah.
they're gonna do next week now?
Well, we're gonna start kind of a dry run, here is everything we thought would work, gonna work. And then next week is when they talked about actually starting it.
Okay.
So we're pulling everything together.
I just didn't know if we needed to get something signed before next Monday.
I don't know, I'll see, but I think
We're here on Thursday.
yeah, we still have time, but, and I think those just come in, they go in the box, don't they, Lee?
Say again, please.
The fairgrounds agreements, they just get dropped off for
They do.
signature.
Right,
Yeah,
it's a more of an internal process.
Right.
Yes.
Let's see, new building furniture, we talked about that. Oh, tent on the courthouse parking lot, so just maybe to follow up with that. So we can, I don't know if we've talked to the other electeds. I know there was interest, I heard on the week before, that there was. And so 1 or 2 tents to start out. Do we want to start out with 1 or 2 of our portables and go from there?
What is your portable, your little 10 by 10?
They're 10 by 20s, the ones we have at the fairgrounds.
I would do, personally, my opinion is 1. If we need another one, we'll throw it
You
up.
could have two, I mean, easily have two different activities going on in a tent of that size.
As long, yeah, but you would need, I don't know, I want to make sure we don't get called out for stacking too many people in one tent. So if you're going to put two different activities, I think you're looking at a divider and entrances off each end. So maybe it is a good idea to have two, just so we can make sure we're not crowding in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, I think
And
you
we're
almost,
not causing any kickback.
we could do two. That's,
Okay, because I think it would, I mean, whatever we think is so we don't get ourselves,
Yeah.
because I think it would be nice to be able to have two, whatever we need to be able to have two different activities going on.
At the same
At
time.
the same time.
That's a three-sided tent, right?
yes,
That way-
And you can take that three-sided tent and put one divider down the two, so you got a 10 by 10 on each side. And then that's easy come in, easy go out. It might be snowing here shortly, so the sooner we can get that up, the better.
Yeah.
Maybe,
we'll have them up
ask,
this week.
I mean, my recommendation would be to visit with the health director about, here's what we want to do. Do you see any issue with, putting a divider or
Yeah.
something in it to have this, you have folks on one end and folks on the other end? If that,
Okay.
again, as
I
we've
don't-
discussed, there's no zero
Right.
risk.
Right.
But I wouldn't divide them yet. I mean, if we find out we're overstaffing them, you might say, we have too many people doing it, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I think the big concern is getting it up quickly. And I think I just heard you say you'll have it up by the end of the week.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic.
So the other question is, we can have power without pulling cords across the parking lot if we shove them to the curb on the east side, because we have power right in the grass really close, and we can set up spiders
You
for
say-
power.
On this side.
This side of the parking lot, I mean, that side,
Yeah.
You want 'em on
not on the
yeah.
street.
No,
Other side of the parking lot.
yeah, so they'd still be in the parking lot, they'd just be shoved to the east side, farthest away from the building, and we can have power there. That's the one benefit. We can pull them up close, and then it makes it harder to get power. I don't,
So so again, you're right. You're actually talking courthouse lawn barely.
on the hard surface, it'd still be.
Oh,
in the
you want
parking
it in the
lot.
parking lot
Oh, yeah.
itself. Got
Yeah,
it.
because
Okay.
that ADA thing gets us
Right.
again, even
Oh,
for the
yeah,
tents.
Yeah, good idea there.
Yeah,
That's why we have you pay the big bucks. You're a smart man.
it's hard. It's a struggle to meet that all the time. It really is. But that would help us do that and have power if we want to push it out there.
And we're gonna be able to keep them tents from blowing over in the concrete.
There's no guarantees.
Right.
Easier.
Me and Dave will be out there sitting holding.
Yeah, really. I'm only rated to about 40 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have big concrete.
Although after
blocks.
Christmas, I could 45 now.
I haven't heard staff yet say they're interested in power. Everything I've heard is essentially no computers, no printers, nothing out there, but I don't know, they might want to grow into the space, so power might be a good thing, and a little electric heater or something grow into it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because you could have electric heaters, which might help.
See, the propane safety thing kind of gets into me, but a little electric heater would be horrible.
Okay, we can do that on the other side.
So what did we think? 1 tent, 2 tent, try one, go 2 next week? What do you want to do?
I'd start with one, if that's,
Get it up as soon as possible.
yeah.
Okay, this
And I
week,
like the idea of putting it on the east side of the parking lot versus the west side. It's 30 extra feet for staff to walk out of the building to go over there. But I think the power, because even, here in the winter, even the daytime, you might want some lights in there, even a
Yeah.
tent, it's
Yeah.
dark.
yeah,
It can't, like today, it'd be nice, but,
Yeah.
there's
low light days. it might not-
when it's overcast, it can be dark inside there, so.
All right, I'm
So-
excited about end of the week thing. I like that.
Yeah, I might not have, so if we have to have signing and those kinds of things, haven't really thought through that piece of it, but how the public know that that's an option, how we get the word out.
I would imagine that they would be calling staff and staff would be telling them and scheduling an appointment to meet up in there. And I don't know if all of our directors or electeds here want to work out their own schedule on sharing.
Uh-huh.
And we'll talk about that one.
Okay, do we want this option at some of our other annex locations?
Well, you're bringing up my next mode of contact today. There you go, gentlemen. There's my question. It's Gordy's question as well. Do we want this other option? I mean, eventually we're gonna be able to open buildings.
Right.
But until then, my opinion is we are not serving the public in the best way possible. So do we want to help serve the public by adding some tents at some of our other annex buildings to better facilitate the public needs?
So I drove by North Shore this morning and I looked down there and they have the 2 little pop-up tents that they're doing everything outside for when they need to. If there's a pop-up tent that we can slap outside covering the road or the sidewalk there outside planning and building, that would be easy. Strap that thing down, hook it to the building, whatever.
Well, you might need to do that one in the parking lot because, yeah, you do that in the parking lot, you gotta keep it blocked from the wind and it ain't gonna be on the sidewalk. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if the directors want it, I'd say do it.
Okay, well, I'll maybe send out an email and see
Yeah.
what the interest is.
that'd be good. Report back.
Okay.
And then I would say too, at the Pioneer Center, we have covered space down there, so folks could, I mean, it's in the road, but it would be, as far as the drive.
Yeah, the drive-through could
The
be,
drive-through down there would be super easy to just set stuff up, because
Yeah.
it's not like we're
We
running.
could have
shingles.
something
Yeah.
portable too. I talked to the assessor this morning. She has her own pop-up tent, her own little table, her own little chairs. And for things like the Pioneer Center. It's just kind of waiting on guidance from us.
Oh, well, I don't think there's any, I mean, the assessor can do what the assessor wants
Right.
as far as if she wants
Right.
to do that. I'm just saying the vast majority of the folks in the Pioneer Center are not, they're our people as far as their departments that answer to the commissioners. And I think
right,
I would just look at that. I don't see any issue with putting a couple orange cones so people aren't
Block it
driving
off.
through,
Yeah.
blocking through that.
Yeah.
The drive-through, the overhead, because we're not using it right now. We're not using it.
anyway.
You could set stuff up out there if they wanted to meet with folks outside. That would
Okay.
that'd be good if they want.
Not to throw more onto your plate, but that Title 12 Road Standards Committee,
yes,
I know we didn't move on that because of COVID, but while COVID's here to stay, it would be nice to get that puppy started.
yeah. Jeff's working, I think he has all the people and has talked to them initially about setting up a meeting to kick it off, but yeah, we didn't move forward.
I'll speak with Jeff, I guess.
Yeah, he'll be in, he's out for a couple of weeks. So,
Okay, anything else before? We good? All right, thank you.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Gardy.
Thanks for moving fast on the tent. I like that.
Try.
I must have left my glasses in.
On again.
We'll rework that, bring it back.
Who's in charge of that Title 12 Road Standards Committee?
Thank you.
Yes.
Jeff.
Jeff?
Jeff is gonna be in charge of it. Or that's
I've actually heard very, very little about that, and I'd like to know more, so. I don't know who my reach out person would be.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Send me my post.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I can be. I, come on.
Thank you, sir.
You guys are for it. All right.
That's a big package.
I need one over. Itty.
I brought my heavy hitters with me.
I can see that.
The enforcers?
Yeah. What do you think of this weather?
I know, it's kind of freaky, really.
The calm before the
The
storm.
calm before the storm, it's
You just
coming.
Jinxed it all.
It's happened 2 years in a row now.
Yep.
Yeah.
The last 2 years, it's been
We used to, yeah, every February we get 2 weeks of good weather, but last year it was in January.
There were a total of 212 calls for service from January 1st to the 18th of this month. In addition to the calls for service, there was 24 civil papers served by the deputies. These are low numbers, but we're in our first month of the year, so they will increase. I would like to inform the Board of County Commissioners of a couple outstanding individuals who have organized a People's Rights Group here in Klickitat County. The People's Rights Group is a nonpartisan network of local neighbors united to defend the inalienable rights of the people, yours and mine, under the U.S. Constitution and Washington State Constitution. Klickitat County People's Rights Town Hall meeting and Constitutional Study Group will meet every Thursday night, 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at Father's House Fellowship Building, located at 207 South Klickitat Avenue, Golendale, Washington. They want citizens to join them for Liberty First University online constitutional training with the constitutional attorney, Chris Ann Hall. And if you gentlemen are not familiar with Miss Hall, you might Google it. She's a prosecutor, licensed prosecutor out of the state of Florida. Her and her husband travel around the United States, giving free training classes on the Constitution. And there again, it's nonpartisan. Doesn't matter whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever. It's about constitutional and how it's formed and the purpose and all that. I encourage members of the county commissioners to attend one of the Klickitat County People's Rights Town Hall meetings. I have attached a flyer with the packet there that lists their organization and phone number. I would also like to invite members of the Board of County Commissioners to attend the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association seminar being held at the Yakima Christian Center located at 1422 South 10th Avenue, Yakima, Washington, on January 22nd from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's on a Friday. Free admission for sheriffs, peace officers, public servants, and patriots. Registration not required. First come, first served. The president of the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association, former Sheriff Richard Mack, is the guest speaker and will be conducting constitutional training at this seminar, covering topics such as gun control, COVID-19 orders, powers and duties of sheriffs and peace officers, and patriots. Featured speakers, former Sheriff Richard Mack, myself, Klickitat County Sheriff Bob Songer, Yakima County Sheriff Bobby Dell, Morton, Washington Police Chief Roger Morningstar, County Posse Deputy Patriot Kathleen Fitzgerald, Klickitat County Posse Deputy Tasha Derrick, and other guests as well. This training is absolutely guaranteed to provide irrefutable evidence that the county sheriff is the CLEO of each county or parish and possesses the power to and duty to protect the citizens, constituents, I can't even pronounce it, it's mask, from all enemies in foreign and domestic. Note, free breakfast and lunch will be provided. However, donations are welcome. Hotel reservations can be made at Hilton Garden Inn, located at 401 East Yakima Avenue in Yakima, Washington. For more information, contact the CSPOA office. Use the number 602-268-9268 or Klickitat County Sheriff's Office. Myself at 509-261-1833. I would like to present to the Board of County Commissioners an update on the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office Community Policing Program. I'm extremely proud of that program. The Air Wing Division now has 6 special deputy pilots. I believe I'm accurate in saying that it might be 5, and we're in the business of recruiting another pilot. All volunteer services, they fly for the county. West End County Posse Division has 38 posse deputies assigned. Central County Posse Division has 87 posse deputies assigned. East County Posse Division has 16 posse deputies assigned. We also have 2 posse auxiliary members assigned to the posse organization. We also have a total of 10 reserve deputies assigned to the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office. We have a total of 149 posse members, including the Air Wing. The reserve deputy and posse members are a major part of the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office Community Policing Program. These individuals are volunteers who donate numerous hours serving the citizens of our county. During the year of 2020, the reserve deputies volunteered a total of 3,902 hours of law enforcement services to the citizens of the county. The total value of 3,902 hours at $25 per hour equals $97,555 in savings to the county for law enforcement services. During the year of 2020, the posse deputies volunteered 6,107 hours of various enforcement services for the citizens of Klickitat County. The total value of the 6,107 hours at $15 an hour equals $91,605 in savings to the county for law enforcement services. A total savings to the county for the volunteer law enforcement services provided by the reserve deputies and the posse deputies is a grand savings of $189,155. During the year of 2020, the special deputy pilots volunteered numerous flying hours in providing law enforcement services for the citizens of our county. I do not have their total hours of flying time at this point, but we'll provide those hours at our next BOCC update meeting. The hourly rate for a pilot and plane is $200 per hour. Based on the numerous hours they have been flying during 2020, we will total out to a large savings to the county for their volunteer service to our citizens. I'm in the process of recruiting applicants for reserve deputy positions. I hope to start another reserve academy around April or May of this year. Once a reserve deputy has completed the background check and academy, they are sworn in as a reserve deputy with full arrest authority. Reserve deputies who volunteer are a major support to the commission deputies. Once a reserve deputy reaches a certain level of training, they are able to take a patrol car by themselves and answer calls for service. Reserve deputies also partner up with commission deputies, which allows us to have 2-person patrol units that provide for immediate backup, making it safer for the deputies responding to the calls for service. The Reserve Deputy Program is a major part of the volunteer community policing program for the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office.
Sheriff, can you give me a little understanding of the, because I know there's pretty extensive training
Yes,
that goes as far, because they go through the academy. Can you explain a
Sure.
little bit of that for me?
I'd be happy to. There's 245.5 hours, I believe, that is the Reserve Academy.
Say that again,
245.5 hours, sorry with this mess.
I know, it's fine.
45 hours academy based on the Washington State Training Commission
Okay,
curriculum. And there are some of the instructions that are given has to be done by a certified instructor. Defensive tactics and so forth. You just can't have it. Come on over here, Joe.
let's
Show
wrestle
that
around.
Yeah.
So do you send them away for that, or
No,
do you
it's
do it here
held here.
locally?
It's held here locally. What happens They put in an application, background check, and poly and psych is conducted. Those who are left standing at that point enter into the academy that's put on by our department as well as other members of law enforcement community, based on the curriculum from the Washington State Training Commission. Once they go through that, then they are tested by the Washington State Training Commission. If they pass, then of course they're sworn in as reserve deputies for Klickitat County. I swear them in.
Are you pulling those 10 reserves? Do a lot of those come out of the posse? Is that where you're getting your?
Couple have, but a majority is citizens at large. But we have had a couple posse members jump ship and go into the reserve.
Went on.
Yeah.
Moved up, I guess.
And as I say, even after they get through the training, they get through the testing and all of that, and they're sworn in, then there's a field training. They ride with a deputy for a number of weeks. I believe it's around 12 weeks. Mike, am I correct on that?
With the reserves, it's more hour-based.
Okay. But anyway, they have to reach a certain position of training before they're allowed to act on their own. They can take a patrol car, and we have Tim Harden, Art Butler is one of them, he's now retired now. But we have a couple reserves right now that are able to get in a patrol car and answer calls. And when you think about that, that saves the county buku money than trying to, we come to you folks and say, hey, I need 12 more deputies.
Right.
Well, believe me, I'd love to have 12 more deputies, but that's not reality. And I know that, and that's why I'm so committed to this community policing program with reserve deputies augmenting our normal force. And it does a number of things besides just money. It provides a better service to the community because you've got more officers out and about, whether they're commissioned. And I can tell you, when that citizen calls 911 for help, they don't care whether it's a reserve or a fully commissioned officer that shows up. They want an officer to show up on the scene. And so I hope I've answered that.
Yeah, thank you. That was really helpful.
What's the requirements for the posse training?
They have to be healthy, of course, physically fit. You can't put an age on it because of age discrimination issues.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, no, it's,
Keep sliding.
I know,
Uh,
we're trying to set good examples.
I appreciate
People are watching.
I appreciate that. But yeah, they have to do the background checks and pass all the criminal history, and they go through a psychological test, polygraph test, same as a regular commissioner.
About, he asked about posse.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was going for the reserves.
Yeah.
Okay, posse, they receive every month they receive an hour's training at their meetings. And it goes over the Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, and a lot of things. Keep in mind, the posse does not have arrest authority. You know what neighborhood crime watch is? This is county-wide crime watch. They drive there, they spend their own gas, their own vehicle, and we provide them placards on the side of their vehicle, magnetic placards that says Klickitat County Sheriff's Posse Patrol. They drive through neighborhoods. You never know how much crime that you deter by doing that, but you take it to the bank, you do some. And if nothing else, when neighbors see a vehicle related to the sheriff's office coming through their vehicle, coming through their neighborhood, it's a good feeling. They know the sheriff's out and about. And they're trained to observe, document, and report immediately if there's crime in progress, get license plate numbers, but they go through monthly trainings. They go through the Constitution. They go through, they have policy and procedures that lays out their ethics, their conduct, and if their conduct doesn't meet our standard, they're immediately relieved from the posse. They do a lot of things. They're not
Have you, just on that point, because I,
Go ahead.
have you asked folks to leave before?
Oh, yes. Yes. 4 or 5 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
the same individual.
Yeah, well-
I would assume you only asked me once.
As former posse,
Yeah.
so, I did resign posse when I took this job, so there was no conflict. But it is stated at least 4 times at every meeting that you have no arrest, you have no detention powers, you are observe and report only. And I'm pretty sure by the amount of times they mention that, they're a stickler for that. Also, firearms, you have to be trained and qualified in order to carry one, or you don't get to carry one. So, yeah, no, I think there's a lot of misconceptions out there in the county on the posse, that they're just running Rambo out there and arresting people for willy-nilly reasons, and they have no powers for any of that. They don't do that. That's not what they do. So.
Well covered. Appreciate that. Well covered. And the posse's used in a variety, not so much last year because of COVID. We didn't have a county fair, community fair, and community-based deal out. Normally, in normal years, they would be involved in rodeo, parking vehicles, security at the rodeo grounds, working the fairgrounds, security there as well, beer gardens, a number of events that normally would have to tie up a full-time officer for. And that would shorten us on the road, of course, and citizens not happy by getting quick response time to their calls. So they're a valuable, the posse is a valuable unit of the community policing program. Now, the only exception where I would authorize them arrest powers, if we're in the middle of a riot, literally, I'm talking about a riot, where they're busting windows and stuff like that, I would give them temporary arrest authority so they could help the deputies make arrests and so forth. But short of that, no, they have no arrest authority whatsoever. And they're aware of that. And, you know, when you have an organization of 140 so posse members, and it's true with any major organization, but especially with posse members who don't go through academies, like the reserves or the regular officers, you're going to have a few that, by God, I got a badge now, I can do, but they don't last long. They're gone. And that rests at my desk and in the undersheriff and so forth, to make sure those people are doing their service to, and we appreciate their service, volunteer service, but they're helping out and doing it very professionally. And so we pay a lot of attention to that end of it.
Has there been any cross-training between posse and emergency management or search and rescue? I'm thinking like if we have a large-scale ice storm or large-scale event where you can call upon the posse, but they also understand how emergency management works and how they can incorporate.
Yes, not to a great deal, but the posse has helped out emergency management on a couple of occasions, like the flooding over the Trout Lake area, the traffic control, things like that. I believe they've even helped out on some of the search and rescue activity. So they coordinate very close, or we would coordinate very close with Jeff King. And Jeff, as our coordinator for the search and rescue, might add, does an outstanding job with search and rescue. And then as a side note,
When they did the active shooter training down in White Salmon, posse was kind of directing traffic so law enforcement can focus on the building. So it's backup stuff as well. And the one thing I'd like to point out to the public and mention to you guys, in my years as posse, you never knew whether somebody was in there was a Democrat or Republican. It wasn't asked, it wasn't talked about. This was not a political organization. It was just good people helping their neighbors. So,
yeah, spot on. Yeah. Well, I think I mentioned it before. Representative Gina Mossberg, along with her sister Angela Hoffman, Jeff King, and several others, Gordy was somewhat involved in that as well. Gina was able to get us money to purchase that building out on Columbus. And now we've got search and rescue vehicles in there. It's got a beautiful training room in there. It's gonna be,
Yeah, it was definitely needed. I mean, we needed the space.
yeah, and hats off to Gina Musper. She did a great job. But we still want to keep, and the reason we kind of want to keep the Brook Street building is because that allows us, when we have cars that need to be search warrants served on, we can, there's nothing else in there, we can secure them. Where if they're out at the new building, you got search and rescue people coming in.
Right.
It would somewhat of a problem. Moving on to item 6, unless there's some other questions on it.
That's good, thank you.
And I might add, once you get a chance to digest some of this, if you've got any questions at all, give me a call. Number 6, Klickitat County Sheriff's Office is continuing to accept donations from the public for a canine program. Canine Profi and handler Deputy Gavin Harble have completed Profi's narcotics training, which he passed with flying colors. Profi is now certified as a track dog and a narcotic dog, so he's dual certified. While I'm on that for a moment, we have some concerns. I don't know if you've seen some of the legislative bills that are being proposed about doing away with canine or really restricting the use of a canine dog. Yesterday, we testified online to Representative Johnson, who was heading, or was part of that draft of those things. To be honest with you, there's a number of things on there that I adamantly disagree with, but I don't think it's going to matter too much whether I disagree or not. But we gave our input, and Deputy Marvel did an outstanding job explaining why we need a canine dog when we're going after really bad people. And they were concerned about letting the dog off leash. Well, if you have him on leash, a 20-foot leash, you're putting that deputy in jeopardy of being shot or some other problem if they're in the brush and you don't release the dog. So I think you haven't explained that pretty well. Now, whether it moved the needle any, who knows? But hopefully there's not too many restrictions on there. They did bounce off of move off of what we're told anyway. They moved off of the vehicle pursuit issues. We have policies in place that govern pretty much what they're talking about. If a vehicle pursuit gets out of control, in other words, endangering the public, too much people in or about, and the speeds are high, shut it down. It's not worth getting somebody hurt, injured, or killed.
Right.
So they list Class A felonies, rape, murder, those type of felonies as justifications for high-speed chase. Other low-class felonies, a supervisor would have to, and if this law passes, the supervisor would have to authorize the chase. So you got that, but the thing that had me worried at the end, it said you will not fire at the vehicle unless the passenger or the driver has a weapon firing at you or shooting at you. Well, and it says this does not include the vehicle for justification. Well, they've changed that now. Under circumstances where the driver is trying to run over the officer or run over another person, then you can fire upon the vehicle. So I was glad to see they moved that needle a little. Anyway, so that's our concern. We're proud of Profi and Deputy Marble for going through all this training, and now we officially have a canine that the track dog and a narcotic dog. In the jail, we have a total of 24 inmates housed in our jail at this time. 20 male inmates and 4 female inmates. It seems to be going pretty smooth within the jail. I think, I don't know if the new commissioners are aware, there's a process when an inmate's brought in, they're tested for COVID, and those kind of things, and they're segregated for 72 hours if they show no signs, 72 hours, and longer if, of course, it tests positive. So there's steps taken within the jail facility to guard against that. And I might say Carmen, under the undersheriff supervision, Carmen has done an outstanding job. She's been working hand in hand with the health department and hospital and so forth to make sure we're in step in the jail and living up to those conditions. That's pretty much it, guys.
Okay, questions for the sheriff that we haven't been asking?
No, but he'll probably know about this. I'm just kind of advising you guys of this. There's some bills going through the state right now it's not a very good friendly law enforcement bills going through there right now. And some of them are to allow law enforcement and corrections to be personally sued. So depending on how those things go, you might hear me making a recommendation to this board to provide them with personal liability protection, but hopefully the state doesn't go that route, but a lot of scary bills going through right now.
If I can comment, and it's a very, very good point, Commissioner, that the state is looking at watering down community, whole community, and we are in law enforcement very, very concerned about that. I don't want some, be quite candid, maybe a little crude, but some druggie that got arrested ended up owning my house, my pension, and me doing time in jail because I thought I was doing the right job. Obviously, if you're violating somebody's rights, then you stand up and take the punch for it. But if they more of that qualified immunity, not only in our state, but that's where the federal government is looking to go as well. And that's on the violation of the 4th, 5th, 6th Amendments and so forth. You can be doing your job and doing it by the numbers. But if some court rule, well, these circumstances didn't go that way, we find that if an unreasonable search or an unreasonable search warrant, which has been signed by a judge, you're sitting there, you can be sued. And those are the concerns. And I think if that, be very candid, that becomes reality, I think you're going to see a big action to law enforcement.
Yeah.
Not only the fact they're trying to defund them anyway, do away with law enforcement.
Okay, Bob, I've had a bunch of people contacting me within the last week. Number one is your Cougar program. And the Cougar program.
Right.
So I wanted to let you know that there is a webinar that's primarily being marketed on the West End. It's called the Coexistence with Cougars Talk, and it's on January 21st. What I'll do is I'll email you a link to that.
Appreciate that.
And if you could listen in to see what they have to say, that would be really good. It's probably not the place for you to comment, but I'll leave that up to you. But it'd be nice if, someone from the sheriff's office does tune in and listen to it at the very least.
Yes.
And then the other thing I've been getting a lot of phone calls and people worried about is talking about insurrection, et cetera, on Inauguration Day. And if our sheriff's department is prepared for it and what we've done. And I said, I don't see anybody storming the Klickitat County Courthouse because I doubt there's going to be many people here. But I'm sure the sheriff's looking into it. So I just wanted it on the record that, it's something that you've been paying attention to.
Yeah, and I've got calls from the same folks probably, or at least other folks with the same concern. Here's what I see. My job as a sheriff, number one, is our troops to throw bad guys in jail. And I think we work hard at doing that. But our primary job is to protect the liberties, rights, and property of our citizens in this county. And having said that, we have mutual aid agreements with other law enforcement agencies around us. So if things really broke loose, we call upon their help unless they're in the fray of it themselves in their jurisdiction. The other thing is there's a number of posse members who would respond and have responded and took place during the Black Lives protests, 4 of them we've had in this county. So far, they've been very peaceful. And we were there to make sure that they had every right in the world as the First Amendment to exercise. I may not agree with what they're saying, but they have a right to exercise it. And so posse members are involved, of course, reserves and regular deputies. Now, there's a number of citizens, and that's just people's rights. The way I look at it, you're gonna have people in our county that have some very strong viewpoints. Okay? I'd rather organize those folks under the sheriff and not run willy-nilly out there doing their own thing. And so that's what I'm working with these folks about, and I'm being very candid with you. We do not need a bunch of right-wing whack jobs out there creating problems, or left-wing whack jobs. Our idea in the sheriff's constitution, Sheriff Mack, and that's part of his training, we're not violent. We don't want violence, period. But we need to be prepared if violence comes to our doorstep, that we're able to deal with it and not just let them run over us. And that's the whole idea behind getting some of this organized. So, yeah, I've had some of those same phone calls, and I've assured them that we're not only ready, but we're in the steps of even being more organized in that effort. And again, I get, believe me, you guys, I get calls and documents from people from the far right. I even had one send me a warrant for Inslee's arrest. And Sheriff, you're supposed to go create a grand jury and present that to a grand jury, and have the grand jury comes back with a true bill, then you go arrest the governor. And I told him, that's never going to happen. I said, that is not the real world. That is not going to happen. And what they do by doing that, they really upset the they go against what the Constitution sheriffs are trying to accomplish. And that is people being protected within their individual jurisdictions from any violence. And so after my conversation, I'm sure I'm not a popular sheriff with them, because we're not doing what they think. And this is some of this fringe group that also believes in no license plates and no driver's license and all of this. And I explained to one of them, I said, because they're pretty adamant about under the Constitution, the freedom to travel. I said, yeah, that's true. But let's give you an example. Well, let me go along with yours. I said, first of all, two things. One, if I created a grand jury, which not ever going to happen, but if I did, and you had 12 people says, yeah, the governor, you got probable cause. I asked the lady, I said, who's going to prosecute the governor? You're not going to get any county prosecutor or state attorney general's office. The only way the governor or any elected official, including myself, would be arrested is if you committed a statutory crime, and possibility at that point. But I said, not only you're not going to get a prosecutor to prosecute, but that's where it stops. And then be ready for the storm, because there will be a storm coming the other way. And the other thing I told him, I said, look, as far as no driver's license, no license plates, let's assume you live in a world like that today. You're driving down the road with your family, and some idiot doing 100 miles an hour down the street runs you off the road, you roll over, and it kills a couple members of your family. Call the police. There's been a victim of a crime. How do we track this person down? No license plate, no driver's license, and assuming he gets away. How do you track that person down? Well, they're at loss of words at that point. But, so the common sense doesn't come into that. I don't believe being required to have a driver's license or license plates. I think it's a necessity in our society today, and I don't believe those particular things violate the Constitution. Yeah, if we didn't have to answer to government for anything, it would be back to the guys carrying the big gun and moving out. So we're in some real strange times right now. And,
So going back to, because a lot of people talk to me about those BLM protests and whatnot. You run your ship how you see fit. I'm just letting you know what I've heard. And they said those people that were attending those protests felt like the posse members, it was a threatening behavior by the way they were standing and whatnot. You always have like a reserve deputy or a commission deputy that's with them that they're working underneath, correct?
Right, well,
And-
and I'm there.
And you're there in most instances. So that's something that I want, on the record is from you is that, they're not out there on their own doing these things. They're working under somebody that has had the training, that has passed the psych test. They're ancillary, extra arms in the toolkit in essence.
Yeah, they're under constant supervision. Not only administrators be on scene, myself or the undersheriff. You got a sergeant or somebody like that, but they're always going to be under supervision. They're not going to act without getting the green light. We purposely stationed the posse on that Trout Lake demonstration, stationed the posse as much out of sight as possible down by the Chevron station. And while we're there, I might add, here comes a group of militia come driving by with their pickups and flags and camo and all that. Didn't know they were going to show up, but they showed up. Somehow the word got out and they showed up. I don't know these people from Adams Falls. We requested deputy to tell them to go park at the church parking lot out of sight. We didn't want confrontation going back and forth. One group standing on one side of the road and then back, that just creates problems. However, I do know some of the demonstrators drove through town and observed the force that was there, which is good, because that deters a lot of problems. If they think that we don't have a chance of winning, we want to break out windows in the school or anything like that, that we're going to get arrested. That'll deter some of that. But I went up and talked to the militia, and I was in uniform, and they didn't quite know what I might say to them. And I said, I appreciate you folks staying here at the parking lot. We don't want anything back and forth. They agreed with that. They said, Sheriff, we're not going to do anything, absolutely anything, unless you need the help, and we'll help. So they were very cooperative. They were there, I think, and you got to keep in mind, there's a lot of drama that comes along with some of this stuff. And people read a lot of things into it, but cooler heads prevail. And that's, again, a good reason why I want to be in charge of any of the citizen groups that organize, so that they just don't take it up on themselves and charge them, that they have somebody that's giving them direction. And to me, that's the most important thing right there. But there are some complaints that came out of the Black Lives protest there at Trout Lake. And it may not be a secret, but there are some people that hate cops, period. They don't like any form of authority. And I have said, and I've said publicly, and I'll say it today, Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization. It's a domestic terrorist organization, along with Antifa. No different than the white supremacist group and that type of stuff. And although they have every right to demonstrate, as long as it's not violent, as long as they don't start problems. The one we had in Lyle, they were told, do not block Highway 14. First one that does is going to jail. And they didn't. They lived up to it. In the meantime, of course, they were on the blowhorns and making accusations toward the police. And wanted to know why we had so many, I think there's 3 or 4 deputies parked in front of the gun store. Why we had so much security on the gun store. But you're going to get that kind of pushback from some of the groups. But I think overall, every one of those protests went peaceful, no problems at all. And we made it clear to them right up front, we're here to protect your rights, but you violate the law, you go to our jail. This is not Portland, Oregon. So it went good. Knock on wood. I hope I've answered that, but Jake, if you get some more of those calls, Commissioner Anderson, if you get some more of those calls, don't hesitate about just referring them right to me so I can talk.
Well, I mean, that's what it usually comes down to is it's easy to start a rumor and watch it spread.
Exactly.
And you guys are usually the brunt of all those rumors. And I know it was a very long year, 2020, and I'm sure 2021 is going to be a very longer year. And thank you for continuing to keep the peace.
Thank you. Thank you. We certainly goes without saying, appreciate Board of County Commissioners' support. That means a lot to each and every employee in that department.
I don't have any more questions, Mr. Chairman, please.
Bob, we've known each other for quite a while.
Yeah.
So I'm reluctant to even, I'm curious, I'm not disagreeing with your report or anything in it. I'm curious as far as, and I'm not on any side as far as one way or the other, but I'm curious, you did make a statement that I just want to be sure I understand. So in your opinion, the Black Lives Matter organization is a terrorist organization. Is that what you said?
Yes, in my opinion.
Okay.
And if you research it.
Okay, I get, no, all I was trying to say is that's your opinion. It has not, it has not been, that's not some official decree that's, I mean, there are folks that think that and there are folks that don't think that.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, and there's an incoming president that thinks Antifa is just an idea.
Right. Right, and again, that's his opinion, and you, me, whoever may have a completely different opinion of that, so.
I see it from a law enforcement standpoint and have some intel from a law enforcement standpoint that supports my opinion.
Okay. Okay,
All right,
thank you, I guess.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Do you have a second, Bob? I have, actually, it's a personal thing. We're gonna take a recess here for 5 minutes if we can. Actually, as chair, I can do that.
I have to strip your chairmanship.
Yeah, that's okay.
Keep running out of the room like this.
Did you press the pause button on the record?
I shall do it right now, sir. Resuming
We are resuming?
the recording. The
Yes.
audio was left on.
Was on, okay, good. Yeah, that's always a good, that way people can see.
That we're talking and we're not,
Doing
going
business.
crazy.
All right. Okay.
Just on board pending, I'm gonna have a few things on the agenda this afternoon.
Okay, we got a little time now if you want.
I will, if I can. I have received information from a couple of different people. Requests to try to stay in meeting order that's on the agenda. I know we've had time, so we suck up an item that's supposed to, we're thinking about talking about in the afternoon and doing it in the morning. They had plans to log on to hear that discussion. And it's because it's taken out of order, they miss it. So just an advisement I'm passing on, whatever.
Okay. We generally will only do that. I mean, the agenda is our agenda, but we only do that with stuff that, at least in the chair's opinion, is like housekeeping,
Right.
kind of stuff that it's kind of the board's activity, but
Well, and
yeah, generally,
was
we
surprised
try to-
hear- Well, right, since it was housekeeping, I didn't think there would be a big deal with
Yeah.
it, which is why I never objected to it when it happened, but the public apparently has had
Yeah.
a couple issues.
right, no, I can appreciate that.
Well, and the good thing is as long as there's no public comment and as long as it's not a hearing, which we have to stay on
Right.
hearings. But because we're recording this, we're gonna put it up. So if people want to hear it,
That's
they're gonna be able to go back. And
the
so
other
if
good
we
part
do
of
it
it.
out of order, at least they can still go back and see it.
Yeah.
And it'll look exactly the same as what they would have saw.
Anyway,
Okay, no, that's good to know.
And just so everybody knows, hopefully we'll start getting those recordings up. I'm gonna try to figure out a way to get them on the website later today.
I've talked with Ibby already too, and I think she's got a plan.
Okay,
Right, and I was able to take off the permissions off of one of the recordings that I had a request for. So there.
where did you host it so that you could send it to somebody?
We have an R drive, which we've kept all of our regular Soniclear recordings go to.
Okay,
And then when we're done with this, I download it, it's on the computer,
right.
and then I'm transferring it over to our R drive. So they are all archived in the same spot.
So clarification, did you just say we've already had a public records request for one
No,
of
it
those?
was just a request for the recording. It really was not an official
Okay.
public records request.
Right, and once we get them online,
Yeah, they can find them right there. Click,
then
click,
it can
click,
just
by
be
the-
right there to click on. So you can watch it.
Transparency.
Well,
I do have a couple of things I don't personally care if it's in board pending. Mine's pretty easy and straightforward stuff. So whether you want to do it now or later, I don't.
Do it now, if it's, as long as it's not something that's already on the agenda.
One of them was Potts and Associates.
Oh, okay.
Senate Bill 5045 for your consideration is essentially, you all know about the FDA has to inspect, your beef before you can sell it, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, can you give me the number again?
5045. And we have very, very few USDA inspected butchers in the state, and this bill is being pushed to essentially make a state agency that is parallel to USDA if allowed by USDA, so we can get more qualified butchers and slaughterers so that our ranchers can potentially sell cuts of meat versus halves, wholes, and quarters. It's got pretty broad support from cattlemen's associations. I have not talked to our local cattlemen's association because I don't currently know who the president is this year, and they don't have an online presence. But talking to a few constituents that are in that farming ranching arena, I told them I would present it to you because I personally support it. But I thought I'd give you guys time to think about it before we talk to Potts next week.
and I believe it's getting support even from not the Cattlemen's Association, but those small hobby farmers on the west side that want to be able to do the same
It's
thing.
being pushed, originally started by a Republican, but the other 4 or 5 people that have signed on to it are Democrats.
Mhm.
It's bipartisan.
The only issue is it doesn't have, I guess, relation to COVID, relation to tax increases, relation to all those other things that is the only thing they want to hear this year. Otherwise, it would really help COVID farmers.
Commissioner, is this a state bill or a federal bill?
State bill.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 5045. Push Pie, I believe she's a senator from Klickitat and all those surroundings up there. Can't think of her name, but I can.
Senator Warren.
Yeah, there you go. So anyway, yeah, that was my consideration for that in case the county wanted to sign on to that. The other one was, in my insurance meeting last week, the prosecutor said he had a legal opinion about the old governor's COVID orders and that our courthouse can't reopen. The governor's COVID orders have changed, where there might be a possibility of a different opinion from him on those orders, but in order for him to look into those, to give us a professional opinion or a legal opinion as our attorney on those orders, he would need advisement from the board to look into that, to be able to give us a legal opinion on courthouse opening, courthouse closing, or any regulations to that. So I wanted to put it before the board to ask for your consideration to have our prosecutor give us a legal opinion on that.
Okay, I'm open to that.
I absolutely think it's a great idea.
Things have changed. It's time to get an
Things are
update.
changing, yeah.
At least knowledge is good, and at least we'll have the knowledge,
And it
so.
would also be good to find out if any of the other counties are ahead of us and they're opening up their, not courthouse, because the courthouse is different, but their administrative.
Some of the courthouses are open and have been open and haven't closed,
Right.
so.
But there's a difference between your courthouse.
Right,
and
our
your
courthouse
administrative.
our court is open
Our
and has
court-
been open. And I think that has been part of the confusion, because when we had folks, 6 months or so ago that were during citizen comment were commenting about that, I did take some time because I was curious and actually contacted multiple and the ones that were referenced. And I think there was some legitimate confusion between the difference between, yes, the courthouse is open because meaning the courts are operating, but the services were closed.
Right.
And
So you haven't found courthouses that are open to the public?
I did some checking after the governor, because I was kind of
Yeah,
curious
this is
about.
6 months ago, but.
Right, no, I did just last week.
Oh.
When I checked online. I mean, I didn't call anybody, but just see what the online presence was. And everyone I checked on the east side, the ones that I was curious about, Stevens, Ferry, Benton, I just picked some. They were, as far as their commissioners and all of that stuff, it was the same as us. They were closed. And as far as, and they had, because they did have some, they had put those in force after they had updated after the governor stuff, because I was kind of curious, because it did seem like if the newest proclamation had some, like the language was a little different, maybe I was curious what other people were doing.
And that's what I was advised, is the language was a little different.
And maybe it's a different interpretation.
They gave me that,
Right.
information,
So
but said he
that's-
hasn't done a legal opinion, and we
Right.
would need to ask for a legal opinion before he went to work out there.
Right. So I did check, again, that was last week, and most of those had dates that went through the 19th, because it's that the governor's proclamation, he has to continually go back and get legislative approval from the the chair of the Senate, or president of the Senate, the four corners have to agree for those
Didn't they just change
extensions.
that, though? Didn't they?
No, they're talking about doing that, and I don't know what the rule is as far as when I think that rule is generally states of emergency when the legislature is not in session.
Right.
And so I don't know, but I guess there was the time frame on it, because I think when he did the update, the legislature wasn't in session, and so he could do it out. I think the 19th is the deadline for him that he would have to seek, and I don't know if that means the whole legislature's got to approve it or what, and that's above my pay grade. But I know.
I thought we got an email saying that the legislature just told him that he is on his own until the end of when the emergency is over, that he doesn't have to come back to them that every 30 days or whatever.
Yeah.
I think they passed that, but I thought there was some caveats in that too. So that could be, and maybe that is, different from there was something in effect when he did it. And that, again, the only reason I'm even bringing that up is I had noticed it on a couple of county websites before that they had said this is through at least the 19th.
Right.
And that maybe now maybe the date doesn't mean anything. So I haven't checked
So
up on it.
procedure question. If we are gonna ask the prosecutor for his legal opinion on that, how do we go about that? I mean, do I go talk to him?
You have to
Does
make
he go
a-
Talk to him?
The clerk
She would
can
make a
enlighten.
resolution?
It's usually, he has a form for your
Okay.
opinion.
Okay.
And then you just kind of write out what you want. In this case, I probably, once I find that order, attach a copy of that. The prosecutor's office is very good at finding their own
Yeah,
documents and case files to.
Right.
probably because I wouldn't either as a prosecutor trust the file somebody sent me.
But that's just standard procedure is what you
right.
do.
So no, okay, yeah, just wanted to kind of know that.
And does that have to come from all of the board, or can one commissioner request an opinion?
Well, at the board's direction, staff can do it, or
Or an individual
Chairman can do it?
commissioner can.
Yeah, I didn't know if requesting a formal opinion had to involve.
It's
the entire
generally a
board.
board decision.
Generally, it's a board decision, but
That's kind of the opinion I got from him is that I could, but I kind of look at it that I don't want to invest staff's time or the prosecutor's time or anything else on something that ain't gonna get past the board. So I want to run everything by you guys to make sure there's at least basic support for hearing the argument before I send staff off to do something. That's how I would approach it.
well, I certainly am interested and would support asking the PA to update based on, the language is different.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
And there's pieces left out of it.
Right, that were in
the
it
last one.
before, and I don't
So-
know how relevant that is to his previous opinion that the board was operating on, and I would be, and the board's own opinion. And I'm certainly open to that. I'd support that. And it's,
Sounds good then.
he can, it's not that formal in that he does have because it used to be before he formalized it with, that you submit a piece of paper so that he understands, what are we asking? What's the
And there's a
question?
record of it.
And there's a record, and we asked, and then he does it, before, you might have the prosecutor in here and say, hey, we're really interested in this. And it just is better for tracking and so that he understands
Well, that's why I
exactly
was
what the
asking
question is.
procedure. I had no idea
Yeah.
there was a form, but no, I
Yep.
like that.
No, there's a form.
Perfect.
There's a form for
There's a
everything.
form for everything.
That's my two issues that I can think of at the moment.
Lunch?
Yeah, let's go ahead. We're gonna break for lunch. We will be back at 1:00 for our scheduled business meeting.
I got it. Thank you,
It
sir.
hasn't come up yet.
That's a scary sight. My camera came off on the table. Not a flattering view.
Okay. See, I had already started a video. But you got her.
Now you started the recording.
See, they're two different things.
Just thinking something my
Well, that
wife
was
always
great to
says
be
is that it's from, I think it's
Videoing,
from,
your.
yeah. So it looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
Where is the camera?
At least it's a good size ham.
Right. There you go.
I'm hoping to raise
And that
my
was
hand
recorded.
first for citizen comment.
Okay. Well,
For the record.
we'll try.
I know.
Citizen comments a little,
It's very busy.
yes, very busy, and it will be today.
Yes. we
Even though
are.
I talked to Greg, are we unmuted?
We are unmuted.
And recorded.
Okay, that's good. No, I did yesterday
Yeah.
for, at length.
I can see Miss Casey too.
Oh, I need to move my chair.
Wow, I did a good job.
That's what that's for.
Where is the camera at? Oh, gosh.
Full
Jake has the camera on you.
If we could just angle it that way a little bit.
Can't go far enough, sorry.
Every time I walk in there, I take a pen with me. And then every time I come out, I get another one. So I had a stack of them in there. Yeah. I'm gonna holler at
Yes.
Commissioner Christopher there.
Very good one.
No problem, we're good. We got a minute, we got. Saw some, there's more soy sauce.
Yeah.
Put that in the
Now.
There you go.
Dave, it says you're connecting to audio.
Oh, no, I hope not. Okay, hopefully I said cancel. Okay. It is 1 o'clock. I will call the meeting to order. Let the record show all three commissioners are present.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to approve the business agenda as written.
If you can read from the blue,
Yeah.
the add-on.
Oh, with one add-on
Great.
under unfinished business, the resolution in support of the board's motion on January 14th, 2021 in the matter of solar energy development projects that would connect to the Bonneville Power Administration Knight Substation be subject to review through a conditional use process.
Do I have a second?
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the business agenda with the one add-on. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Mr. Chairman, would we like to pledge
Motion
allegiance?
passed. Oh, I'm glad you reminded me, yes. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. We're gonna start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
We're gonna need to fix that camera again, just so we know.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thanks.
I'm gonna pause for half a second. I think your camera got bumped very much.
Oh. And Madam Clerk,
I was
I
completely
could-
out of it.
I could see you.
What's going on over here?
can you put that on the agenda starting
I shall,
next week
yes.
so I can
Yes.
remember, we discussed that last week that we were gonna start our meetings with.
I'm also gonna have a little start recording.
Oh.
Can
All
you see
right.
me on your sleeve?
Okay, meeting minutes, I don't know that, I don't believe we have.
I don't think she's ready because she was off.
She was off with the holiday.
And mine from
Okay,
the workshop will be ready soon for me.
okay, so I'm gonna move us then on to citizen comment. So this is an opportunity for citizens to make comments to the board. You will be limited to 7 minutes. And if you I see lots of folks on the Zoom meeting. If you either want to raise your hand, you can do it so, or in the chambers. We do have one staff member in the chambers. I will call on you and you give your name and your where you live for the record, and then make your comments. I am seeing Mr. Peck has his hand raised. So why don't we start with you? You can be second.
Right.
So if you want to unmute Dana or unmute yourself, Dana.
Danny, you're muted.
Yep, thank you.
There you
I
go.
just saw the hand raise thing, right? I couldn't remember the mute. Believe it or not about energy, not about tourism, but it is about the train park in Wishram.
Okay, before you go on, please give your name and
Oh, sorry about
who,
that.
where you live for the record, please.
Dana Peck, 422 Foster Road in Goldendale.
Thank you.
And
Okay, thank you.
here is just representing myself, and Gus Malonis recently retired from Burlington Northern.
Oh.
Gus and a name you may or may not remember, depending on your longevity, Tom Seifert, were pretty much the agents working for Joan Fry that got the engine, the Great Northern engine, brought back to the Wishram Park years ago. And really a pretty amazing feat at the time. And one of the things, now that Gus is retired from Burlington Northern, and Tom many years ago fell off a mountain while he was doing his full mountain climbing. It seems like it would be really nice to have some sort of memorial. The Malonis family goes back 3 generations in the gorge. Gus was the public relations person that everybody talked to for decades. His father and grandfather pretty much built the Columbia River line and developed Wishram for the railroad. And before I took this anywhere, I just wanted to seek the board's counsel on whether you'd be open to having a memorial that Gus and I would probably spring for, put down there at the railroad park next to the train. And the one other thing I wanted to bring up is I talked to Gordy. It sounds like a $10,000 grant that the Burlington Northern Foundation gave the county for Wishram is still available. It would, if there's any way at all to explore opening up or in some way raising the roof at the structure that was built for the engine, that'd be well worth your time too. It's something that Larry Nicholas designed years ago. The county didn't have the money to make it bigger than what you got there, and it cramps the engine quite a bit. I don't know if $10,000 would get it fixed, but it's, if you don't mind me suggesting it, it's worth looking into. So basically, the two things I'm talking about are, would the commission be amenable, if it was okay with the community, to put some sort of small monument to Tom and the Malonis family down at the railroad park? And would you be willing to consider using the grant money from Burlington Northern to explore whether you could make that building, the roof on the building, higher?
Although this really is citizen comment, so we generally, I got lots of other folks who, we'll get back to you, Dana, as far as that.
Yeah,
Just
wanted to raise it.
So that attending this afternoon
Yeah.
for him. Yeah. We'll talk about it this afternoon, Dana.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Casey, you're next, before I go to my next.
Yeah.
Let me set my time, just so folks on the camera know, I am not texting and doing, this is actually how I'm taking time. Go ahead.
Okay, so do I?
You want to come forward just so you can,
So they can hear you.
so they can hear you.
Okay. So I just have a few things that I need to bring forward. The Public Health Department has, some of you are aware, back in July, I requested to hire 2 casual temporary positions within the department to help.
Actually, I'm going to stop you. I'm
Okay.
sorry. We do actually have this, we got to do citizen comment first.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
you're
That's
happy to provide citizen comment if you want, but I
wait
suspect
till
you're
next?
in your
Yes,
staff role right now.
yes,
Okay. Hang out there.
okay.
So do we have anybody else on the phone or on the Zoom call that wishes to make comment to the Board of Commissioners? Unmute.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioners.
Yes, go ahead. State your name for the
My
record.
name is Greg Wagner, 303 Fish Hatchery, and I'm a member of CEAS. In last week's Thursday's solar workshop, we talked about being fair to all the citizens and having their input about the industrial scale solar farms that might be coming to our county. And the problem with that is the county hasn't notified the citizens of this issue. So the citizens cannot voice their opinion to you if they don't know about it. So I'd like to know how the county will notify all the citizens about the industrial scale solar farms, and so that they can give you their opinions.
I would say citizens always have an opportunity to comment to the board during this meeting. As far as to a specific project, there will be wide-scale notification at the time that an application is submitted, so that people have an opportunity to comment on it. If you're talking about commenting about the policy direction about solar farms, then the opportunity for them is this meeting. We don't have anything scheduled where we were gonna, because again, as we have discussed before, we have a set policy right now. And so that is not really open to, unless there's a bunch of folks that want that changed, there really is no format for us to have a discussion about it any more than we would talk about any other of the standing policies that the county has right now. But as far as a project specific, when that happens, that we will notify the public, and there will be a public process. So folks will be able to talk to the Board of Commissioners, provide public testimony, all of those things. And there, it will be on our website. And I think we do need to do, we can always do a better job of making sure that we're getting the notice out so folks know they have an opportunity to comment. Any my seatmates want to add anything?
No, down the road, there are citizens engagement software packages out there that help notify the citizens of what's going on in their government. And I have plans to look into those and as time goes on, but pretty busy at this particular moment with the number of irons in the fire. But yeah, Dave pretty much hit it.
Yeah, Mr. Wagner, could you clarify exactly what you're asking for? Because I want to make sure I understand.
Well, I just think that, you know, we need to have the input, you said that yourself, from all the citizens. When we were talking about any future solar projects in the area, you wanted to know the pros and cons from all the citizens. And many people, myself, I don't subscribe to the newspaper, so if you post it in the newspaper, I wouldn't know about it. I guess that's my fault. I need to pay for the subscription and get it. But somehow it would seem that we'd want to have everybody involved, and especially involved before any plan is put before the county, because then I'm afraid, as a member of CEAS, that they will be grandfathered in under the current ordinances that we really desperately need to update so they address the solar issues. So it would be nice to, the county would know where the citizens are, their positions are on the solar issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
All right, thank you for your time.
We are in citizen comment. If there is other citizens, either raise your hand.
Mr. Barta.
Okay, Mr. Barta.
Good afternoon, Dave Barta. I live at 428 Fish Hatchery Road. I have two questions. One is, I think the quickest and easiest one is, can you repeat what you said? Commissioner Anderson amended the agenda today. Can you repeat what he said? I didn't hear it very clearly.
Yes, so this is an add-on under unfinished business, a resolution in support of the board's motion on January 14th, 2021, in the matter of solar energy development projects that would connect to the Bonneville Power Administration's night substation, be subject to review through a conditional use process. So we made a motion and on the 14th that passed, and now we're just signing the resolution that requires any solar project that connects up to the Night Road substation will go through our conditional use process.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Anderson.
You're very welcome.
The second question I have is, Commissioner Sauter, you spoke about process, and you're not at this point reviewing policy regarding the EOZ. Is there a mechanism, or how would you know if the citizens wanted to do that? I don't recall a petition format for the county that I know of. I just don't know if there's a mechanism. Just curious.
Yeah, and I'm just, you know, shooting off the cuff here. We have generally, you know, like land use things, updates and stuff there are some formal deadlines as far as timing, as far as that you have to review them periodically, or if there is a significant change. Short of that, because this would be a land use discussion, is that we have in the past, you know, I don't think we have a formal petition process per se, but we have in the past received petitions from constituents asking us, because the board can entertain that if they wish to take a look and start a formal process of review of anything, basically. And so that is one format. We have, I mean, since I've sat here, we've done a couple different things that were launched from, you know, a significant group of folks submitting petitions saying that they wanted us to take a look at one thing or the other. So that would be one avenue, because it really is, I mean, you are doing that now, where we have heard from members from CEAS that have advocated for us to have some kind of process to reopen, look at the issue of industrial solar farms. And, you know, to date, the board has not taken any action on that. And I think mostly it, you know, as we've said, you know, it's been 4 or 5 people, and there's 20,000 people that live in the county. And so that's something that I, as a commissioner, would look at really seriously if I did receive a petition that had a lot of folks on it that had broad support, that we need to open up that policy and have a discussion about it.
I think I mentioned, this is Commissioner Christopher, I think I mentioned last week on the phone too, that that's, I think, what I'm looking for as well. And if there is a broad range of the public, get some signatures together, you know, come up with more than 100, because there is 22,000 people in this county. And that's, I think, what your next step is. I think Nicole had her hand up too, by the way.
Okay.
Commissioner, I would just like to say though that, you know, we have heard what we have heard from CEAS, and we have taken action, and we've made a vote, and we're going to sign that vote today.
Right.
And that ensures the public process.
Right.
Opening up the EOZ will not change anything with regards to the Night Road solar station. There would be no, so that's going to go through a different process. So
Right.
just for those that are listening, we have heard what you have said.
Right. That's a good point to make, Commissioner Anderson. And I would also say, if you're contemplating a petition program, this is just me speaking, it's a lot more credible to me if the question that is asked on the petition is a credible question, you know, and that folks really understand what they're asking, that they're not, you know, I could get a petition that, you know, if you ask the question right, I could get a petition that lots and lots of people would sign. But make sure that you're asking the right question, that it's actually something the board could contemplate, could do, because I don't think anybody wants to waste anybody's time. So sorry on that long response. We don't want to use up your time. You still have a couple minutes left, Mr. Barnett.
Okay, the last thing that I have, I appreciate all of your input on that question. The last question or thing I want to say is, I believe Commissioner Sauter, you and I spoke a while ago, and I think you said the trigger that caused you to review the EOZ was when, and you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong, but it was when we got to 1,000 megawatts of power with wind generation. Was that correct? Am I wrong or right on that?
That's correct. As I recall, there was in the original EOZ, there was language in the EOZ that the county would revisit it when it hit 1,000 megawatts of wind, just to review as far as, here's what we thought the impacts would be. Now we actually, it was all speculative, and now we actually have some experience.
Sure. I guess I would just, I mean, I would put forth the idea that you have 193 megawatts already planned for Lund Hill, and based on the core drilling rigs that are already out here, I would say that the acreage is going to get the megawatts way up towards 1,000 between the combined things. And because solar is a different animal, so to speak, in the energy world, I would encourage you to consider the EOZ. I thank you for listening to me, and thank you for your time, and I'll just yield it to whoever else needs to speak.
Okay, thank you, sir. Did we
Nicole
have
had her hand raised.
Okay, Nicole, you had your hand raised.
Did. I was listening in earlier, and thank you for giving me a chance to comment, ask a question.
Can you say your name and where you live for the record?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
sure.
Nicole Lundeen, 37 Quail Road, Goldendale, Washington.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. I was listening to Sheriff Songer this morning, and I had concerns over the time he's been in office of how much time he spends on political endeavors, lots of press. And when this morning he was encouraging people to come to the people's rights. I kind of did a little research on it, and I realized there's a lot of rhetoric around the Stop the Steal, the people who are going to be speaking at this training. And there's a lot of stuff that Sheriff Songer has said, encouraging businesses to ignore mask mandates and disparaging L&I. My question for you is, does the Board of Commissioners write the job description for the sheriff of Klickitat County prior to the election? It's a good question.
No, the sheriff is an independent elected office. The Board of Commissioners has no jurisdictional authority. Our only real interaction with the sheriff, as far as in an official capacity, is that we approve the sheriff's budget. So we do not have the sheriff's, that.
He just set his own.
Yeah.
As an elected.
So he sets his own,
Right.
his
Elected set their own.
on his agenda, and there's no conflict of interest that can be noted for an elected official.
Only in statute.
Yeah, only whatever is in the statute.
Okay. Well, then that explains your reaction to him. And so but I had to get it from you, and I thank you very much for your time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else wishing to make comment before the Board of Commissioners?
I would like to make a comment, please.
You say your name and where you live for the record, please.
Yes, Rosefield Dimick, 55 Tucker Hill Road,
Okay.
and I too am a member of CEAS. And I want to inform you guys that we have started a online petition because of our abilities not to go out in public, because we were trying to abide by our governor's orders to stay home. We started an online petition, and the question that is on that petition, which we have, I believe, 200 signatures on it, is whether or not they think that we should be updating our current ordinances when it has to do with industrial solar.
Okay.
So those petitions are out there. We also have a Facebook group of 200 members, and that's without going out, like Greg has mentioned, and advertising in our paper or anything like that. And second of all, I wanted to make a comment on last week's meeting where you attempted to inform residents about the number of solar jobs that will be brought to here. And you based it on wind statistics, wind jobs. And I just want to reiterate that wind is different than solar. And that was kind of an insult to our intelligence.
Okay.
And you should also be aware that Judy Warnick, Senator Judy Warnick, she's also presented a bill 5206 that you might want to check out.
Okay. Is this the non-preemption of local land use authority when it comes to energy siting?
That is correct.
Okay, good. Yes, I was aware. Thank you, though. I didn't have the number. I just had the text.
And we are not just not in my backyard organization. We have spent countless hours researching the safety concerns regarding industrial solar. And I think that you kind of discredited our research and bringing forth the important issues regarding wildfires and water, flood damage. And one that you also have, when I looked on Crook County ordinances, they also have solar glare as part of their their visual ordinances too. And you might want to check into that because the FAA also requires that when you have solar projects near airports, which would be a huge liability if one of these airplanes were to go down because you guys didn't want to research that.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? Either raise your hand or unmute yourself. Could be *6. Okay, hearing none for now. Miss Casey, you're up.
Yeah, so this isn't.
No, it's not citizen. It's
Yes,
fine. This
I'm
is
just
staff.
requesting some verbal.
By tradition, we use the
Yes,
time if it's
yes,
available.
yes, times are changing. So in July, there was a resolution that was brought forward to the board requesting a hire of 2 casual temporary positions within the public health department. One was for a casual nurse and one was for a clerical admin 1 position. Both were temporary non-benefited positions, no more than 70 hours a month, so they're non-DRS positions.
Right.
And it was not to exceed 5 months. We have come to the point that Erin is requesting to extend those positions to the end of June. They will continue to be non-benefited casual positions, no more than 70 hours a month. They did exceed the 70 hours in December, but they would still not be a DRS position because DRS positions, you have to work over 70 hours for 5 months within a 12-month period. So they would still be that. She is also requesting 2 additional casual temporary positions in addition to these, because these positions are strictly for the COVID related contact tracing, nights and weekends, contacting, positive results, things like that. And so one of the casual clerical positions that she wants to hire is a former employee. So she's very familiar with the department, and she's willing to come work 2 days a week to fill the void and help out with the COVID related issues
Are
and
these,
contacting.
do you know if these positions are gonna be, I guess I'd say paid for by COVID funds or paid for out of county budget, or do you have any idea?
I do not know. The previous ones came out of the COVID
Funds, right?
grants that were received. And so if there are more grants that they can receive, I'm sure they would do that, but I cannot answer that yes or no right now.
I would speculate, and I had a conversation with the health director last week, that my understanding is these would be funded out of the, because she also received additional, there was the CARES Act stuff, and then there was the later stuff, there was money for this stuff.
Good,
that's
that's
certain-
your understanding too?
Yeah, that I think that's I think everybody's understanding is that it would be funded. I would be curious, and if either Aaron or folks upstairs in the auditor's office or your boss across the hall or Jen Bartley is listening, or whoever is listening, if they have an understanding that that's not true, because I would caveat, I would still want to say, yes, I think these positions are definitely needed as far as for our response, but it's we have to have a discussion about how we were going to pay for it. But I believe it's paid for out of COVID funds. I think are we okay with it then?
Yeah, as long as it's, the way you say it is.
Right, come back if it's not.
Yes, yeah, not to exceed. So she's wanting to extend the current 2 positions to the end of June, and then these 2 positions would go. And so
And the current 2 would stay at a part-time.
yes, yep, a non-benefited casual position. And so a resolution will be brought forward then on Thursday, or on Tuesday, to extend the 2 positions and then include the other 2, unless we hear different about funding. Does that work?
Okay,
Yeah?
sounds good.
Okay,
Thank you.
and then I do have one more.
Okay.
So East District Court has an employee that is going to be out for an extended time, more than, they've been out for a few weeks and it's going to continue for a few more weeks. And so the judge and Jane are requesting if they can move their 0.8 FTE position to a full-time position temporarily until the employee is able to return to help cover with court and workload. So she would be going from 32 hours a week to 40 hours a week for just a temporary basis.
To help fill in for the one that's gone.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, be okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all I need.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Next time, bring cookies.
Yeah.
Bring what?
Bring cookies.
Oh, yeah.
No, please do not. Don't you run the wellness program across the street?
We are not one to judge.
That's true. Say what kind of cookies?
Yes, Lindsay does have banana bread over there,
Oh,
so,
ooh.
yes.
You'd have to like bananas for that one.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Okay, we are done with citizen comment. We are coming up
I
on.
was gonna say, I don't recognize you gentlemen, so.
Okay, the time being 1:30, a time we set aside for public hearings, public meetings, and bid opening. We have several items today. Our first order of business is a bid opening for the 2021 annual striping program, RN 642-21, with work to be performed consisting of furnishing all the labor, tools, materials, and equipment necessary for the installation of yellow skip, no pass, and white edge pavement markings with improvements located throughout Klickitat County, all pursuant to specifications. Thank you, sir. Just by tradition, the commissioner in that seat is the bid opener. So, no, that's the bid opening seat. That's the bill seat. That's the bid opening seat.
For the record, we have 3 bids, one from Specialized Pavement Markings, one from Stripe Right, and one from Apply Align. We have a, this is from Specialized Pavement Markings.
Get him a letter opener over there in that. too.
Should
It's
be
my
one
first
there.
time. And yeah, I probably have one. Okay, striping program, we're going to look to see if their bid security is available. They have a proposal bond that looks good.
Okay.
Yep. Non-collusion declaration is present. We have for them a grand total of $428,687. And that is from Specialized Pavement, right? That's what I said. Specialized Pavement Markings.
Commissioner, where are they from?
Oh, Specialized Pavement Markings, says it comes from Suite A to Tualatin, Oregon.
Thank you.
If I could have the envelopes too, please. Thank you.
Okay, this one's a little easier to read. This is a bid submitted by Apply Align LLC from Pacific, Washington. This is proposal bond. Signed and looks to be in place. And their overall bid is $419,261. Oh, I was supposed to be writing this down, wasn't I, on this?
That's actually,
Are you writing?
we're writing.
Okay, good.
Everybody's writing.
That's just for your reference.
And this one is from Stripe Right Incorporated from Kennewick, Washington. Their proposal bond looks to be in compliance as well. And their bid total is $380,037. That's $380,000.37.
Please also note the engineer's estimate for the record.
For the record, the engineer's estimate was $447,102.
Not a penny more.
Not a penny.
Okay. Okay, typically what we would do now is that I would entertain a motion to return the bids to Public Works for review and recommendation.
I will make a motion to return the open now bids back to Public Works for review and recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Competitive as always, that's good.
Yeah, one was a little extra competitive, and I liked him more.
Yeah.
I was just glad to see the numbers were that low. I was a little nervous on what stuff was gonna look like.
Yeah.
The fact that
Kevin,
all
did
three of
Strike
them-
Right get it last year?
No, they actually missed it last year. We've had them like 3 years in a row, and then Apply Line got it last year.
Yeah.
And then, so I knew this year they'd really
The
be on.
more competitive bidding process this year.
And we chose the low bidders in previous years.
Oh, we did chose the low bidders. If,
That's a little
the county
inside.
is
We've got
listening.
an issue going on in another county right now, so.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, guys.
Just a heads up, I just got a text from Erin that she is gonna swing by and sign the agreement for the fairgrounds for the KPH vaccination station. So, and that's at 3 o'clock. She'll swing by, so as soon as I get it signed by her, I'll bring it over
Okay,
to get it signed.
thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's nice. Okay, our next order of business is a public hearing to consider amending Klickitat County Code Title 15 to adopt the International Code 2018 edition, which would also remove Title 15.38 nuisance abatement, clarify special outbuilding verbiage, and set a maximum time frames for extinction.
Jake, she's got the snow load.
Yep.
You want to hang it on the wall, or what do you want to do?
I mean, it's really large. Can we just kind of set it up along here
I
for
was gonna
now?
say, for now, you can just set it right there, but we could put it behind Lee. There's space right there.
Once we get it.
Once
Yeah.
we get to that.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
Figure for now, I can maybe just do this, just to have a little visual.
Oh, yeah, you can see that. Yeah. You can see some of it. You can see how pretty it is.
You gotta wait till you get the table.
Yeah. Rather large.
Yeah, I kind of saw that, and my first guess was to say, hey, I was gonna tell Lee, can you print one off for me too? And then I saw what the file size was, and I'm like, good thing I
It
didn't ask
takes
for
3
one.
minutes to open it, yeah. And we put one more here, and maybe that'll keep it good.
Yeah, it's got a wrinkly end, but people can see what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
at least
Wow, it's sure pretty.
have an idea, yeah, colorful.
You haven't seen a topo map of the county?
Not the snow load one.
Okay, I
Never
will,
had one.
I will declare the public hearing open for the purpose I stated earlier, and we will start with a brief staff review.
We're doing Title 15, right?
Yes, Title 15. The Washington State Building Code is customarily on a 3-year cycle. This cycle has not been the normal 3-year cycle. Should have been July of 19 that we adopted it, but it got delayed and now it's potentially further delayed. The state has amended and is adopting the 2018 international codes. There is a proposal currently to delay it till July 1st. But WABO is asking that it not be July 1st, that it be February 1st. The answers are still pending. So we did revise the language to say July 1st or the date as adopted by the state. The state further requires that the state building code be enforced by counties and cities. The proposed draft ordinance you have before you adopts the 2018 state building code locally. The changes that are significant are as follows. The 2018 codes contained in our CW 1927 take effect sometime between February 1st and when they get adopted. Although codes are adopted by reference, we need to codify local adoption to have a legal base from which to work. The draft has been received as due form and approved by the prosecuting attorney. we have provided the board and made available to the public via our website, or copies upon request, a strike through and underlined copy. The pertinent and proposed code changes are on pages 7 and 8. We cleaned up the language for special outbuilding permits to hopefully make it easier for people to read. There was a lot of references back and forth just to sections and codes, and it didn't say outbuilding permit unless it's an outbuilding permit. And it just makes more sense to the person reading it if you're clear on that. Page 10, 15, 08, 030 amendments, work exempt from a permit, item 1. We recommend adopting 200 square feet as shown in the IRC, which would include 20-foot shipping containers to be exempt from permits as long as they're not for habitation. Pages 14 through 25, 1538 nuisance abatement has been removed in its entirety from Title 15. A revision and independent title are forthcoming at a date to be determined. Page 25, 1522 is a new section we've added to officially have ground snow loads added into Title 15. It's never really been a official part of Title 15. It's just been something referenced in the past. So we have the prescriptive snow load map, which we have put up on the desk area. Or they have the option of going and using the Washington State Engineers Snow Load Association map, which is probably quite similar to this one. This one was utilized with the Washington State Engineers Association latitude, longitude, and elevations. That's why you can see where the canyons are. It was utilizing a whole lot of information that was fed into AutoCAD that could calculate everything mathematically with a computer and not money. So it's much more accurate. Many areas did receive an increase. We did stop it at the 155. It could go up to 400 at Mount Hood, but we stopped it at the 155 as is customary. We've not had any failures in the Trout Lake area using that 155. So using historically no failures to record, we did stop at that 155 rather than having Trout Lake have about 4 different snow loads. And page 28, we have proposed language to have a maximum time frame of available extensions. We recommend adopting a time limit to encourage the completion of structures within a reasonable time frame, not extending across multiple code cycles, and to minimize the degradation of building materials left exposed to the elements. We have some permits that are 15 and 20 years old or more, and that's difficult when we're having to go back into our archive files to get those files and keep them going. We can't completely archive them. You're trying to guess what 3 or 4 or 5 code cycles ago was. And materials at times have been left exposed, which is not good. They're not meant to be out in the open. That concludes the staff report. Are there any questions?
How many do we have that are 10, 15, 20 plus years old that are sitting on there?
I haven't counted, but I mean, we could get you a count if you wanted,
I
but
don't know how accurate.
yeah, I don't know how accurate it would be.
We get some that were never finalized before the property's been sold. The new people want to come in and do a remodel. We realize that it was never finalized before, so.
So you reactivate it.
When I first started, we went back to 2007 and got all the ones that weren't finalized and started sending the letters to. And then, but Skip had chosen not to go back any further than that and just let those
I got it.
come about.
Resurface.
I got a few of those letters.
As far as
In
they
my
are,
former capacity.
our ones we consider active, I'd say a file drawer full of our old ones that we keep downstairs that are,
I'd say there's probably 20 in there.
yeah, ongoing active. Like Jonah Ministries is one of them where he's just been working and working away, but it's a funding thing. You know, as he has the money, he's been working on it. So we have some of those and we keep those downstairs in the active status. But yeah, as far as old ones, it's hard to tell.
Okay, I'm gonna stop us because we're out of order
Yep.
as far as we need to allow public comment first. So I will now open the public hearing for the purpose of receiving public comment or testimony on this topic. Is there anyone on either the Zoom call or the phone that wishes to make a comment? Either raise your hand or unmute yourself. I will ask my seatmates to keep an eye too. Let's see, 23 participants. I don't see anybody. Okay,
There was a couple I expected to be on that aren't here, so that kind of surprised me a bit.
okay. Now would be a chance for the board to ask clarifications. Any other questions?
How many people, have you heard of anybody that is, that the code update will change? Like, right now you're saying July, and then first it was February, and now you're February or July. Are there people that are hoping to get something in before that time frame so that they can be sure to be under the old code? And I
There
don't like
were,
any ambiguity.
there were a few, and they plan to have it in January.
Okay.
Because they didn't want to do the guessing game. They said, we'll just have it in January. To my knowledge, there aren't a lot of other outstanding permits that we're anticipating coming in that February to July timeframe should have a huge impact on, not that we're aware of.
Is there
a couple?
Is there a requirement that we have to wait for? I mean, like we're
No.
adopting the
We can say,
state code, which is the international code, which we can adopt our own if we wish, as long as it's at least as restrictive or not more
Correct.
so.
we can
So
adopt
can
it.
we adopt with a hard date if we wish?
We can adopt February 1st, but until the state's official date is, we have to provide the option of using
Oh,
the
either.
2015, right?
Oh, wow.
But we could say our adoption date is February 1st, because a lot of the engineering we've been getting is already on the 2018. They have already started using it.
Do you, as the head chief in charge, have an opinion or care if we adopt it early or if we wait until?
I would rather just adopt it now. I mean, it would be easier because all the materials we prepared over the last multiple months have said February 1st on them. It would be a lot of redoing.
Well, there we go.
And we put it on our website as February 1st with that in mind. And when I did ask the state, they said, yes, we can adopt it early. But if someone says, well, I want to use the 2015 because the
We have
state
to
says
allow it.
July 1, I have to allow it.
Well,
Do you have a question?
I've had multiple people that have talked to me that said, and then when we talked last, it was that July. And so, then they thought, okay, I have a breather, I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah,
So my personal preference would be is, if people are using the new one, great. But if you have people out there that are, doing their designs currently that are in the
Right.
middle of it, then the July would make more sense. So
and typically what we have done is given a 90-day grace period, even when it is adopted. Because if they've had engineering already started, that was a conversation I had with Deb Bell the last go around. It was like, we've already started this. We started it well in advance. We've given them a grace period because you can't always control when you get a time slot in with an engineer.
right.
So that is something we have done.
But even if we say February, the people that were planning in July can still go by the old rule.
As long
And
as
they're
the
not
state,
affected.
yeah, as long as the state keeps it at July.
Oh, I see. So the
Right.
worry is the state may move it up.
And then
Yeah,
it
but then
would
we'd have to
be,
go to whatever the state said anyway, and it still wouldn't be July.
Well, if we put it at July and the state says February, would we be able to keep it at July though?
We have to do it
It
as
was-
we have to do it.
on or
if it's-
before their date.
Yeah,
So the
Yeah.
July people would still be hosed. Right now, if we say February, they get as long as the state will allow them.
right.
And then,
Because then I have to give them the option of 2015 or 2018
Right.
until the state says.
And then we would still
Give them a
a
90-day
90-day
grace.
grace period
Mhm.
over that.
over that.
Right, because you can't control when they started the engineering or the drawing, so it's an architect or what have you.
That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I can support that.
Yeah, and then we've done the same thing with the snow load. If somebody's like, okay, I called 6 months ago
I
and.
already got my truss designs
Exactly.
and they're designed it for the old
Right.
standard, or they built them, or they're on
Exactly,
order.
yeah, we're not gonna ding it.
And it's like, oh,
penalize
sorry,
them.
when they showed up, now they don't meet the standard, they're firewood. now.
Yeah, we're not gonna penalize those people either.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. I can support that. Any other questions before I close public comment? Okay, I will now close the public hearing to receive further public comment. Discussion by the board.
We discussed, I think.
Okay,
Have you guys looked at the snow loads?
I've
I
heard,
did before, yeah.
I've heard complaints from the Bickleton crowd that water, essentially, and I don't know how accurate it is, I'm just voicing the complaints, is that precipitation was not taken into the equation of the map. It's more elevation, and Trout Lake at X number of feet is the same as Bickleton at X number of feet. When you have such a precipitation difference, the people in Bickleton think they're being overregulated.
Well, except for Trout Lake's 155 and Bickleton is
35. Oh.
35.
No, Bickleton, there's a
Or-
little bit that's 75.
Yeah, 75, but they're not the 155.
Right.
And yes, they are higher.
Right.
They're used to
Passing on
30.
complaints over.
They're used to 35, so for them, that's a big shocker. We
So
didn't-
they're going
we
from
didn't
35 to
use-
55?
75.
For parts of it, yeah.
Now with, we would defer to an engineer, specifically if an engineer's doing their project and said, okay, I can, provide documentation that in my, professional opinion, I can use 35. I would defer to that engineer because that's their knowledge level. We didn't use precipitation because it's not always easy to track that as much as your elevation in your latitude and your longitude.
Any other questions, comments? If not, then I.
Yeah, well, what about so.
No, that's good, that's good.
Jonah Ministries, right?
Uh-huh.
They are continually doing their build. And they keep going through the extension process because
Mhm.
it takes a lot of time and money. There's other people that are doing the same thing. So for Jonah, after 5 years, they're gonna have to come out and start back over.
It wouldn't be retroactive to the existing permits.
Okay,
It would start from the date of adoption forward, but we would not go back to those outstanding permits and make it retroactive to those people because it was not a rule when they got their permit.
and can you think of any potential projects that would be like a 5-year-long project, building project that we would need to not have at least?
Not typically. I mean, if it was a large scale commercial project, that would be, up to discretion at that point because they're keeping it current. Now, if they're keeping it going by continual inspections, with that in that 180 days, and it's just a long project, that doesn't quite use the same set of rules as someone who is
Extension after extension after
right.
extension.
They're not making progress.
And they have made 0 projects in 6 years. I cannot document any progress.
So the other only one I can think of is a phased project
Mhm.
that you're gonna do, say, a development today, you're gonna build half of the units today, and you plan to build the other half 5 or 6 years out.
That would just be if they permitted it now and kept it going, okay. But if they permitted phase 1 and then we'll permit phase 2 at a future date, it would be that code cycle and that's,
Okay.
yeah. Depends on how they permit it to us.
Yeah, because I would say for me, being from the industry, is that you do want some flexibility, that sometimes projects do take a long time to get finished, but you generally, if there's been no progress for 5 years, that's kind of different. And it is pretty typical. Permits are only good for a period of time.
Mhm.
And then you have to, but if you're making progress, that's fine.
And there's some jurisdictions that have like a 4-year cutoff.
Right.
You better be done. Well, I mean, we're not gonna be that stringent, because if we have documentable progress, that permit will keep going. It's more aimed at the homeowners who are taking 25 years to do a house. And the last, 3 or 4 years, we've seen nothing change, but they want to keep extending it. That's where it starts to.
And is there always a process for either a waiver or like if there was an extenuating circumstance on a specific project that either the building official or the board could grant an extension that was?
That verbiage isn't in there, but we can certainly add that in there.
I mean, I don't know. I
No,
have
there
no
could
project there that I'm aware
I would
of.
like to
but-
make sure that that's either in
Yeah,
there or.
Yeah,
that's
because
our
there should be
policy anyway.
sometimes, because there are, I always say that, I always feel like my job as the, on being on the board is to be the citizen's advocate or I don't even want to say necessarily advocate, but the go-between with the agency,
Right.
which is you. And there's a reason that the elected folks are the ones that make those policy decisions, so that, in the board's discretion, there sometimes can be a case where it's like, yeah, this doesn't fit the rules,
Right.
and we need to make an exception.
Yeah,
I don't recommend doing that without,
that
there
would,
better be compelling reasons,
that would be a very good idea.
but I think there should be.
Because you do have things.
Because you
that
could have
come
a
up.
Jonah Ministry
Right.
situation. There could be the next Jonah Ministry where they are, they're fundraising. They just want to keep those permits
Right.
active. Because it could be something that if the permits expire, you can't do it anymore.
Exactly, so.
And
I'll make sure
we all know
that-
those. I've seen those.
But yeah, so we could have,
Yeah,
a waiver option.
Does that need to be in the specific title, or can it be adopted as a policy procedure?
That's either way to me.
Yeah.
As long as I guess that the people know it's there, which would probably be easier if it was in there, but.
Mhm.
yeah. And I think there needs to be some specific
Yeah.
language because I don't want to give people the idea, oh, I don't have to do this because I could just go get a waiver.
Right.
It's not, I don't care if it's a
Right.
road standard or building standard or whatever it is. Waivers are like extremely rare. I don't support those for anything, only in extremely special circumstances. Because if you're waiving if you're waiving the rules all the time, change the rules.
Right.
The rules are wrong.
But if we did, unless a waiver is granted for just cause, just add that simple verbiage at the end, would that?
Yeah.
Suffice?
Because I guess the definition of it would be dependent on the board at the time, and
Right.
they are the correct
And
discerners of the
Did the board at
policy.
the time feel it was just
Yeah,
cause?
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
so I think that seems reasonable.
A waiver by the board
Justifiable.
of commissioners at the time being discussed. Got it. Like it.
So the other thing in here is we're pulling nuisance abatement out of it, which I agree is a good idea. We're not sticking it anywhere because we don't have a code for it yet. But that being said, I think nuisance abatement is something that we're not really doing it for the next till July again or whatever.
And it covers more topics than just building code. And Title 15, the purpose is the building code.
Absolutely. And I think we need to talk about nuisance abatement and what that's going to look like in the future. I'd say it's been a failure in the past and we need to do something about it. So rather than just giving it a new code, I think we need to talk about that code and have some workshops on that.
100% agree with that.
Okay.
With that being said, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to adopt the Klickitat County Title 15 code changes with the amendment that was just mentioned, and move on from there.
Okay.
I would second the motion.
We have a motion and a second to amend Klickitat County Code Title 15. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Is that dated February 1st?
Yeah, February 1st.
That was
I
my
just wanted to
understanding.
verify
Yeah,
that.
that's not what we said.
And does it need to be sent back?
That was
to
the
you guys?
clarification roundabout, I think, but we probably should have thrown that in the
Yeah,
motion. but
do you
yes.
want it rerouted to approve the waiver verbiage?
Yeah, I think it probably
Yeah.
should be, as far as that's. Okay, next, we have a public hearing to consider amending Klickitat County Code Title 16, building construction, and there will be a test when this is all over, which titles mean what. Building code, building construction and standards for factory assembled structures in order to clarify language and requirements, increase timeframes of permit expiration, and provide maximum timeframes for extension. And I will now open the public hearing for that purpose, and we will start with a staff review followed by public comment.
The building department is charged with the enforcement of placement permits for factory assembled structures and collection of fees associated with the permitting process. The proposed draft you have before you adopts a longer permit period and clarifies some language and requirements. The changes that are significant are as follows. Placement permits and extensions for placement permits are currently valid for a 90-day period. A proposed change to 180 days for the permit and extensions will allow a broader window for applicants to prepare the site and receive delivery. Currently, factory times have been delayed and our applicants are required several extensions before the structure is even delivered to the site. The draft has been reviewed as to form and approved by the prosecuting attorney. We have provided the board and made available to the public via our website upon request a strike through and underlined copy. And pending the last discussion, I would propose adding the waiver language to this as well. That concludes the staff report.
Thank you. I will now open the public meeting for the public hearing to consider public testimony on this topic. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak on the proposed amendment to Title 16? Either raise your hand or unmute yourself. I am not seeing anybody. Okay. I would say if any member of the public does during the question, please raise your hand or make yourself known so you can provide public testimony. Questions on Title 16? Doesn't
I
seem
have
to be.
none.
All right.
It's
Well,
pretty cut and dry
It is.
comparatively.
that said, well then I will one last time for the public, if there's anybody wishing to comment. Not seeing anybody. Okay, I will now close the public hearing for public testimony and discussion by the board. If there isn't any, I would entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to adopt Klickitat County Code Title 16 for building constructions and standards for factory assembled structures, and increasing the timeframes for the permits expirations.
With the addition of the
Waiver language.
Yeah, addition to the waiver language, you want the date of February 1st still on it, correct?
Correct.
I will
Yes.
second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to amend Klickitat County Code Title 16. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion pass. Which brings us now to our next public hearing is to consider creating a Klickitat County Code, a title to be determined. This would be to move the section of the former now, or soon to be on February 1st, former section 15.38 nuisance abatement from Title 15 so that it would become an independent title. We will start with the staff report, please.
Title 15 is the local adoption of Washington state building codes to match the state's adoption schedule, typically on a 3-year cycle. Historically, Section 1538 nuisance abatement had been incorporated into Title 15. Section 1538 is proposed to be moved into an independent title as it deals with a variety of codes and departments, not just the building code. Further revisions would then incorporate one primary function within that title. That concludes the staff report.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing for the purpose of receiving public testimony on the topic, the nuisance abatement in a new title. Is there anybody on the phone or in the Zoom meeting that wishes to provide public testimony? Please raise your hand, wave your hand, make yourself known.
Or star 6.
Or star 6, whatever it takes.
I see none.
I thought there might be some comment
did
on
too.
this.
I expected.
I'm sure once we get to the discussion of the guts of the man.
Then we will.
Then it will.
Then there we.
Okay. Questions from the board?
We can always name this, since we don't have a title yet, we can always call it Lynn's Law.
Yeah. Oh, I think I'll call it Dave and Jacob's Law.
I would much rather have you. I have no comments, Mr. Chairman.
Anything? I think it's,
Mine is just a point of order. All we're doing is creating the number that we're sticking it in.
Or.
well, we're moving
Pulling
the
it out
current.
Because our first, well, that's why I said it was a point of order. Our first one on our public hearing, the way it was said, was, it says in there, remove Title 1538 abatement. So we already removed the
Right.
nuisance abatement from it.
Yep,
So the point of order is we're actually just creating a new title.
that's true. We don't have to remove it twice. 'Cause we
Yeah, we're
removed it on
creating
number
a
one.
new title, but it's not numbered yet.
Yeah.
So would we, as a point of order, we're moving the current 15.38,
Out of Title 15.
but is that actually what we're doing?
We are.
Where we are placing 1530, or the former 1538 is the kind of starting point for the new title. And then obviously, I think we're gonna have some discussions about amending,
Right,
adding,
we
changing
removed
some things.
1538 from Title 15 in its entirety as is.
Right,
Take it here, put it over here. We won't get a number assigned to it
I say we already removed it.
until, yeah, and now that it's gone.
I just wanna make sure that we're not
Right, the way I
creating a
understood
title
it,
that
yeah,
there's nothing in there.
right, but it's got the verbiage that was 1538.
Okay.
But it can't be assigned the numbers until we removed it from 15.
Okay.
And then it can get a title assigned to it while we do the discussions and
Okay.
decide which way to go. That's why we had to do the XX, because they said just assign it XX until it's officially removed and put in place.
X or LL for Lynn's Law.
Yeah, no.
So I'm just wondering, now that we've removed that, all that information there, and we're probably gonna do some major overhaul of that. Do we even need to stick it in there? Because we're not doing code of nuisance abatement right now anyways. Do we need to move forward with this today as a point of order, or do we just start in on, let's get down and dirty and start working on this?
Didn't the prosecuting attorney?
I think we
Say we
have to have
something.
we have to have something, we're required to have a
title it before we
nuisance
close it.
abatement. No, we actually have to have a nuisance abatement.
Oh,
Unless we get rid of it altogether, but we can't take it out and say, okay, now it's hanging out there. If the county as a whole decides we're not doing it, then that's a
We could
totally
do that.
different public hearing.
Maybe.
Okay,
Right, but that's an entirely different public hearing. We can't have nothing.
so let's just carry on.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it has to go somewhere for now, which we're taking it from here and we're putting it here.
And then for future discussion, it can be decided
Right,
how to amend it or to delete, get rid
Get
of it.
rid of it all.
Yeah. yeah, but we have to, because we're taking it out in its entirety and putting it somewhere else, that's how it has to stay. And it has to stay a title until
Makes sense.
something further is decided.
So what's your either concern or?
well, she just said the thing, we could get rid of nuisance abatement completely, what's currently there, and then we can rebuild what we want. I don't know.
I don't know the legal process.
Yeah.
I can't
I
answer
would
that
prefer to
question.
just call it whatever title we're gonna move it to and tear it to pieces if we need.
I
to
mean,
tear it to pieces.
and I would say the way I look at it is literally, you take those pages out of the book here, move them over, it's a
Right,
new chapter, put
right.
them in there, and then whether we choose that we're just gonna get rid of them, or we're
Right.
gonna rewrite them, or.
But they have to go somewhere so that if we decide that we're not having it, then it would be to remove title whatever. Or to amend title whatever the future decisions are.
Mr. Chairman, would you just like the motion to move it and call it good, or would you like the motion also directing staff to begin the process of workshops of amendment?
I would prefer the second one.
Yeah, I would too.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion, having heard no public comment.
Oh, yeah, wait, before I do that, I will now,
Yeah, close the meeting.
let me close the public hearing to further public comment. Okay, now, actually, I think I did do that, because if we were to discussion, and if I didn't, I'd close it again. I'm sorry, folks, so. That's old
Mr.
timers, you know.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion moving the current 1538 nuisance abatement to create a new code titled to be determined later, as well as directing staff to begin moving on holding workshops with regards to amending the new nuisance abatement.
I would second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to create the new title nuisance abatement and direct staff to begin the workshop process to amend that. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. And what's the, I know I asked this question before. The titles, like our titles are our titles, they're not tied, like we don't have to use, is it just the next one? Will this be title 17 or title, I don't know how many we've
It's
used.
whatever the next available number is.
Like, so the numbers in the categories
be
don't
21 or
necessarily,
something.
yeah.
Yeah,
don't
I
mean
think
anything.
it's, I can't remember, it's like 26 or something that's
I thought it
Our
was
available.
title of this thing is Lynn's Law.
No, no,
See,
no,
I'm
no.
a-
I think
We
that's.
don't wanna
just-
do that. We don't wanna do
Yeah.
that. I think it's like in the higher 20s when I
Here's
talked
the
to Brenda.
last
She goes, I think it's like 26 or 28 is the next available number.
Yeah.
That's just how, and it's not necessarily anything in order, like, planning has title 19 and,
Right.
so
I was
it's
just
kind of
curious
the
because
next
state
available.
statutes are set up, when you do have certain
Yeah.
titles pertain to certain categories of things. And that's what I didn't know.
And ours is just whatever's
Whatever's
the
the next
number.
number.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so that brings us now to unfinished business, which is a discussion regarding, a super easy topic, short-term rentals and
Totally.
recreational vehicle issues. Come on, bring us something hard.
This is hard enough. Okay, so Commissioner Anderson asked me to do a little research on the subjects that keep rearing their heads of occupying recreational vehicles and short-term rentals. I did research with some other entities, counties, locally, something that kind of would have the same feel since it's Washington State. Not go anything way far away because they don't necessarily have the same dynamic that we have here. So the basic discoveries, and I did recreational vehicles first. Locating where the verbiage originated from is not as cut and dried as I had hoped for that 60-day ruling. Most jurisdictions do the 30 and 60 days, 30 consecutive, 60 in a year. Now, again, where that came from, I can't find a specific WAC or RCW. Labor and Industries said, refer back to what's considered temporary and what's considered permanent. So that rule, I am not successful in telling you it is RCW number whatever, because I cannot find that. But most jurisdictions do the 30 and 60 unless it's in conjunction with a building permit for a home. RVs are considered recreational vehicles, primarily designated as temporary living quarters for recreation, camping, travel, or seasonal use. RVs are exempt from HUD safety standards for manufactured homes because they are designed primarily not for use as a permanent dwelling. Washington State Labor and Industries defines both a manufactured home and an RV and has different labeling for each. A HUD label will not be applied to an RV, only a manufactured home. They indicate, they, being L&I, indicated to me that they don't have jurisdiction over length of stay. That was something I clarified with them also. Other areas have provided variables to the 60-day rule, but not have permitted an RV outright as a permanent dwelling because they're not. Potential options that other areas have used that we can examine if we want to. Temporary hardship permits that they renew annually. Temporary placement permits, I think it's the same thing, but some called it one and some called it the other, that you would renew annually. Only one RV being allowed on your own private property, unless it's a designated RV park that you're building. But if someone buys a piece of property and comes upon hardships or what have you, there are some areas that with the temporary annual permit will allow one RV on your property type thing. It would have to be approved by zoning. Some areas have said, okay, in these zones we'll allow it, in these zones we won't. Approved water and sanitation means by the health department. And that's, again, whatever the jurisdictions have said that they would feel meets the requirements. Driveways and roadways approved by Public Works. Some areas deal with that, others don't. But to be fair to everyone, if we looked into a temporary permit, we would need to route it to the other departments. So this would be something that Planning, Public Works, and Health would all have to agree on as well. The permit conditions frequently referenced having a clear visible address, no alterations to the RV being allowed, keeping the property free of trash accumulation, keeping the site in a visually aesthetic manner, not just having things all amok. Workshops with the departments would be prudent, as this would be something that many sets of rules would need to come together to make something work for Klickitat County. Those are the main things I discovered in my research for RVs.
Questions on that or comments?
Yeah.
Before we-
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for doing all this work and looking into it. Those were a lot of questions that are really hard to find the answers to, and that's a great start. This is an issue that we have within this county, that there are probably hundreds of residents that are living in RVs that are currently with nuisance and abatement. If we went by the law, these people would be removed. And we'd probably end up having to take their property and get rid of it, because we all see the cost of what it costs to do nuisance and abatement. I remember when it came up before in discussion, the commissioners decided that it is not our goal to remove people from their property and make them homeless when they have nowhere else to go. This is not a simple issue, but it is also an issue when it comes to affordability, low income. It hits on just about everything. And the problem is when there is no permit, we have no control at all over it. And on top of that, it only helps to drive these people further underground, because they're less likely to ever complain because they're doing something wrong. It makes them not feel good because they know they're doing something that's not allowed, but it's the only option they have. My goal would be to come up with something so that these people can feel like they have a chance, that, you know, that we are working in not only their best interest, but the best interest of the county. There are very serious issues with sanitation and water and access, that if I would rather have a little bit of control and make these people feel good, and make sure everything is okay, and also ensure that the place is staying clean for their neighbors, than just letting it go willy-nilly.
Mr. Christopher. This one's going to be a hard one, because to me that sounded like we're from the government, we're here to help.
I look at this RV thing, I've owned property that I've put my fifth wheel on and parked it there for the year because it's easier than hauling it back and forth. And we camp on it every weekend. We camp in it during the summer. I would be over the 30 days. If I wanted to invite my buddy to come out and camp with me, and I've got more than 2 RVs, so we're not allowed. I think anytime bureaucrats, and that's what we are, impose regulations or rules, every time we do so, we're stripping away a little bit of freedom, a little bit of liberty. And every time we do that, we're taking a little bit of color out of that flag right there. So I'm going to be a hard sell, especially if it's sweeping, widespread, that could affect regular people who were free yesterday and are less free today after we get done.
I think, I'm gonna call on myself and then we'll come back, is that I don't know, I think what we're talking about potentially doing is actually doing something.
Is
The current rule,
30
the
or
current
60?
is 30 to 60. That's the current rule. And so what I took from the conversation was we are maybe would contemplate a way to expand that and to have more freedom. Because I think I have struggled myself, as I know there are hundreds of people that are breaking that rule, that there is not through any fault of their own, or either don't know, or they really have no other option. There's folks that there is no legal way right now to live in an RV more than 30 days or 60 in a year.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that's not true. I don't know how we even get, I mean, we have allowed it, if somebody's in an RV park, we don't even question that, but we know there's people that they live in RV park, they live there 12 months out of the year. That's their place, and nobody really cares. So at least that was what I took from that we were trying to think about.
I guess I would say I would just warn in the direction we travel.
My understanding,
You know where I'm at.
my understanding of what Commissioner Anderson asked me to do for my research was, how can we help these people only have the 30 or 60-day option, and then the rest of the 365 days they're illegal for 305 days of the year? How can we make them not feel illegal?
Right.
And give them an option. And so what some areas have done is do like a temporary hardship permit that they renew every year. Every January we'll renew it, and they know that. They can't do it a permanent permit, but they can do it a renewal. Someone's on Social Security, they have property, they sold their house, but they're making $800 a month.
Right.
There's no way they can do anything other than what they're doing, but we could give them a place that they can have as their home and have them allowed some dignity of not feeling like they're breaking the law by living there. And so there are entities who have done like a $125 yearly permit, and you come back every January and you renew it. And so that was the,
I was gonna say, I can get on board with that if the dollar never.
I mean, and I'm just
Right.
throwing that
I know,
out
you
there,
are saying,
but
right.
that was my understanding of the research I was asked to do of
Right, I was
how have
just-
they helped.
I guess I would say I was trying to, I see some of these options as restricting, and I'm not a very big restrictor.
So Dan, what these were is what she's found elsewhere, not what she's proposing.
Right.
So that's the big thing, and
And we
everybody,
still need workshops to decide what do we want to
right,
do.
and in a hearing, yes, Lee?
Your next workshop for this is scheduled for February 4th, beginning at 10:30. So it's on the books to continue this discussion.
Right, my comment wasn't to put a stop to the conversation. It was to, I guess I'd say advise on where I am in the conversation.
And this presents the findings so that everyone has a chance to mull them over between now and February 4th.
Do we want to go into February 4th with blank, or do we want to give direction? Do we want to say, what would you like to see, Mr. Commission seatmates? Like you, Dan, I'm very much a private property rights advocate, always have been, probably always will be. My goal with this direction was, as Lynn said, only to try to give these people some sense of security where right now they have none. And as it's currently written, with our nuisance that we just created a new code for, if they have 2 people call,
Right.
Frank would have had to go out there and tell them, I'm sorry, but you can't live here. And so when you're talking about regulation and telling people they can't,
Right.
that's already there. And my goal is to fix that.
Okay.
Just so you know where I'm coming from.
Are we ready for short-term rentals?
Yes.
That should be much easier.
All right. So several areas I looked at were Chelan County, I always say it wrong, Skagit County, Spokane, Walla Walla, Pacific County, and Kitsap County. These areas have chosen to regulate short-term rentals with varying sets of criteria determined by the local jurisdictions. Many are requirements of House Bill 1798 and RCW 6437, which are rules for short-term rentals that are already in the state rules. Yeah, so I'm not making up some of these. Occupancy limits, 2 individuals per sleeping room plus 2 additional maximum. For example, a 3-bedroom home would have no more than 8 individuals. And this is, again, one of those House Bill rules, so that you don't have 50 people in a single family home that's not meant for that many people.
Except during Thanksgiving.
Exactly, then that's different, but parking requirements, provide adequate off-street parking so that housing developments or community areas aren't impacted by having, multiple cars in the right-of-way roads and blocking other people's driveways. Yearly operational permits in addition to the proper business licenses and permits. Maintain primary liability insurance to cover no less than $1 million, or conduct transactions through a platform that provides equal or greater primary liability insurance coverage. Proof is required as part of permitting. That is RCW. So that would not be something that we would make up. That's an RCW. Provide contact information to guests for whomever will be available for the duration of stay. Some areas have designated that individual will, if the individual is not on site, they have to be within 25 to 30 minutes away. So when someone's renting this home, they're not left high and dry, that there has to be a contact person. If
This whole list is in those RCWs that you mentioned, right?
a lot of them are RCWs and some are just what other jurisdictions have
So
done,
some of this list we have control over.
and some we don't. Yes, the occupancy and the liability insurance, we do not.
The 30 minutes away thing that you just discussed, is that in there?
That I don't believe, they had the private, my tongue doesn't want to work.
I was gonna say I have a couple issues with a couple of things in here. and I
Provide
need
the
to know if they're-
contact information for who will be available, that part is,
Right,
but then some areas have added in the time
right.
frame of, if I'm there and I need somebody to come help me, that part has been added by jurisdictions, but having a point of contact is a firm rule. Carbon monoxide alarms and smoke detectors and maintain in proper working condition, that's an RCW, which is kind of a safety thing no matter what. Have the street address clearly visible from a street or driveway entry. That's for both the people to find where they're renting and any emergency vehicles to respond to it should need be. Post emergency contact information for fire, police, and emergency services. And have that posted by a required landline, and the landline phone number. I know, and that's what some of these people had. I'm like, okay, if you have them, but, and the phone number provided to the occupants. This Next one is RCW. A floor plan shall be posted on site and in each sleeping room showing locations of fire
Oh, we're
extinguishers,
sharing. I just picked that up.
emergency
Yeah.
exits and escape routes. A minimum of 1 fire extinguisher is required in the kitchen area. Recommended 1 on each floor of the home. Shut-off valves for all appliances are readily accessible and properly labeled for use by occupants in case of emergency. Verify at yearly renewals that all local and lodging taxes have been paid for the prior year. Have a good neighbor handbook posted on site to specify rules and expectations for picking up trash, noise, trespassing, burn bans, no parties, no occupants in excess of posted occupancy limits. Now, again, like Dave said, that's not, say during the day, you have people over for Thanksgiving.
Right.
That's what they're expecting the maximum for sleeping that night are, type thing. Where were we? Only 1 short-term rental is allowed per parcel, and it cannot be an RV or other temporary type structure.
Is that an RCW or a?
No,
Yeah.
that's a jurisdiction
Got it.
thing. It needs to be a properly permitted structure unless built prior to permitting requirements being in effect. As part of the permitting, annual fire life safety inspections are required. That's a jurisdictional thing. Can be revoked for due cause. Several areas have listed penalties for items such as trash or noise violations prior to revoking the permit, like a strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, you're done. Have a maximum number allowed within a given area so as not to eliminate the availability of permanent housing for people who live and work in the area. Walla Walla has utilized that one. It's a percentage of a neighborhood or that sort of thing, so that people who live and work there don't all of a sudden have no housing because everybody's gone short-term rental. Some areas use a modified conditional use permit, others use a special use permit. And then the fees vary from area to area. First time fee of $150 with renewals of $100. Other areas have an annual $500 fee. So that's kind of all over the board when I was looking at other areas. Applications can be denied if all departments cannot approve a permit for any reason. A topic that was not covered in anything that I read, either the RCWs or other areas, was the need for fire sprinklers or handicapped accessibility, meeting those requirements, unless it was a larger venue that also had functions there. Like if it was a home in conjunction with a wedding venue or something along that line, then that would trigger, because you have a lot more occupants, a lot more rooms. That's the only time I saw mention of fire sprinkler systems. But as far as private homes with these other rules in place, I saw no mention that you would have to sprinkle it.
Perfect.
And in the past, we've always gone under the impression that that automatically made it commercial and that you would have to sprinkle it. But most of these jurisdictions aren't mentioning that unless it becomes a venue. And then again, I would recommend workshops. But the research gave a jumping off point for everyone to, mull over ideas between now and February 4th. And for February 4th, I just need the direction if you want me to prepare materials for one or the other or both. How do you want me to proceed?
I would say both, we can get it done.
Well, before we have her prepare just materials, I think we need to give her some direction. And if you guys even want to take these up, I mean, I asked her to do this without asking you guys first. I'm glad we're looking at, the RVs. Is this something you want to tackle? I know the city of White Salmon recently tackled it in a very easy to manage way.
What did they do?
As simply as possible. You're required to let them know, because they don't know how many there are out there. And so there's an application fee. You have to pay like $100 a year or something. And they're trying to understand exactly where it's at. The interesting thing.
RV, or you're talking short-term rental?
Short-term rental.
Don't see
No, they're not dealing with RVs.
I was like, what?
No, the short-term rentals, that's
Right,
what
okay.
they have to worry about.
Okay, right.
But this is another case, like when it went back to the nuisance ordinance, Frank said all short-term rentals are illegal because they don't have
Right.
fire sprinklers.
Right.
Well, that's not the case anywhere else in the state. That's how you're reading it. So
Right.
the more we can do to get this understood and start, we are making a lot of current money off of the short-term rentals for our tourism dollars.
Well,
that
I
goes
think we could
through.
make more if they were legal and not hiding. Some of them, I think, are in hiding. Because they know they can't get a permit, so they're not getting a permit, and we're not getting the revenue.
So if they use like Airbnb,
Right, if they use one of the websites, it's
they
not enough.
already take care of all of it, like all of the problems.
But if they're doing it off
Airbnb,
of Craigslist, you ain't making anything.
you ain't making anything.
Right.
Unless they, some people call it a business and they still turn
They're
it in.
voluntarily.
We get money that comes in that we don't know where through the lodging tax that people are self-reporting. VRBO, I believe.
I say, I
self-report.
think this definitely needs handled. I mean, I have a couple little highlighter sections in that little section, but, yes.
And do we want to have do I need to have discussions with the other departments prior to February 4th? Are we going to invite them to that workshop? I mean, there's a whole lot of
Your
moving
law, whatever
pieces.
you want to do.
No.
That was the other one.
Yeah, that was the other one. I'm not having.
You can
all
only get
three.
one law.
Are you
Yeah.
sure you don't want to keep the other law?
Yeah.
Because these ones are gonna be a little different.
We can call it Mochi's law then. She's not here to defend herself.
Well, let's look.
You know, so you see she's there to defend herself.
Oh, look, she's raised her hand.
Yeah, she's like, no.
That's not her hand.
Dave, I'm not trying to put too much on Lynn. I'm not trying to put too much on the
No.
other departments. This is something that probably should have been dealt with a long time ago. And now it's to the point where it's much larger than any little problem that you could just tamp down because people
And-
made businesses. out
And
of it.
these are nuisance topics. We
And
get
they-
complaints on both of these.
Right.
So it's kind of all ties in with
I
that.
would say for me that the short-term rental is in some ways an easier thing to view because I don't think there's as much, there's always going to be controversy over it
Right.
as far as, with impacts to neighbors and stuff like that. But for the most part, that's not what has driven nuisance, and those things. It's the RV, like there's almost, I know in a lot of cases, that's one of the primary, besides the ones where it's garbage and trash and all that kind of stuff. A lot of our nuisance abatements got driven from folks like, oh, they're living in an RV and I don't like it. And so that's a nuisance. I can file a thing and we have to go do it. And the reason I would say that it has not been dealt with in the past, we have had workshops, we have discussed this, where we did kind of set the policy direction. I'm curious because your predecessor, which was some time ago, indicated, absolutely hard line, federal, state law, 30, 60 days. So it was a problem that was like, we couldn't solve. I can't solve a problem that I haven't.
And that's what I was taught when I
Right.
started, and I looked and looked and looked, and I cannot find that hard and fast verbiage of where did that originate
It's kind of
from?
like the sprinkler system. That's been the hard and fast verbiage for the last year and a half.
Right, because that makes
Or
it
it's
commercial.
not.
Well,
Right.
yeah.
Right, which I have often thought, generally there's some local discretion over how those are. But again, it's pretty hard for me to fix a problem if 60 days is a hard line and I got people that are living. So the board in the past had kind of set a policy statement of, we are not going to go and kick people out, make them homeless and all that stuff. But I also can't legitimize something that is contrary to state or federal law. So we're just going to leave it alone.
Right,
And
and
that's,
if someone out there knows
Right.
where that verbiage is and can point
I
me in
don't
the
know.
direction.
If
but-
that's not the case, if we don't
Yeah,
have it, and obviously other places, that's always telling to me
Mhm.
that other jurisdictions are able to look at the problem and they have found some ways locally to solve it. That tells me, well, at least there's some discretion or they've figured out a way that they feel comfortable enough to do that they're not out of compliance with state law. I'm all for that. I do.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna need some sideboards on it because there are folks that they are nuisances living in an RV for other reasons, not just because they're living in an RV.
Right.
But it's like, they're not connected to potable water. They're not connected to wastewater. They're doing all this stuff and they are a hazard to their neighbors.
Right. The sewage is just.
The sewage is running down the ditch, or it's, they've dug, I get that. And so this is not just it's, people are just free to do whatever they want. Cause
That, was that the case with our recent complaint? Trying
No,
to stay
that's-
very generic. Is
that's
that
a
a
home.
trailer?
No, that's a
That's
home.
what I thought.
That's not an RV or
That's
it's a
what I thought.
home that the
Since he said it
renters.
running down the ditch, it just kind of
Yeah.
rang a bell and I wanted.
Oh.
No, apparently they've exposed the drain field and it has not been recovered, but it's a home, not an RV.
Right.
So I think back to my short-term rental as far as, because I think we do need some discussion about, we don't just come on the 4th and, oh, here's the solution. We're going, these are complex and there are issues that there are facets of them that will be impacted by the other departments.
Exactly. It's not just
It's
what
not
I
just the
can find
building
from my
department,
set
and
of
they
rules.
need to be, but they do need some direction as to where it's facilitated discussion, not let's sit in a room and look at each other and, well, what do you think? What should we do? I think we need a starting point, something to at least react
Well, if
to.
we
or
could
from.
pull, just brainstorming, if we could pull another county's rules and go through it and add and subtract, that would be a starting point versus making our own from scratch.
So I guess what I should probably give the background on this whole thing.
Yeah.
There we go. What I've been waiting for.
Well, I mean, I wanted to hear what you guys had to say
I
before
know, that's
whether
why
I
I
tell you my
started where I
background or not.
Okay.
So the nuisance abatement is where it all starts. And Lynn has had a heck of a time with this for a long time. And Lynn and I talked about the things that she's getting, nuisance abatement issues with and where that goes. And I think we can all agree that our nuisance abatement is not successful here in the county. If we finally get to the point of nuisance abatement, it costs us a lot of money. And people get kicked off of their property, and then we have to go through the process of selling it in the end.
Right.
I also looked at, the position of code compliance, and I'm a private property rights believer, and I look at that position, and I don't want that position to be a position of, I'm from the government and I'm here to kick you off the property. I look at that as how can we make this a workable situation where safety and public safety and the public is protected the best. And I look at that as a facilitated position. That code compliance, while it sits in the building department, all the other departments have a piece of it. And a lot of those things, we're going to have way more complaints about environmental degradation moving forward. The code compliance officer is probably not going to have that skill set. But so I look at that, if we play this out, this is going to be more of a facilitated position where that person is there to work with to be the go-between. As you were saying, like we currently sit as the go-between an applicant and the agencies. And I see that as kind of a go-between in order to get that person through the process so that we can make sure that that's as safe as a position as possible for everybody. Whether it's, the short-term rentals, well, we currently don't have anything on the books. So you can't tell if somebody is being a complete nuisance to their neighbors, we're not moving on.
Right.
If I hate regulation and I don't think these things need to be longer than a couple pages. We need to set the standards. I hate the 50-page stuff. But what we need to do is create that system so that whoever we hire for code compliance or code facilitation or permit facilitation is somebody that can help get people through the process to get out the other side so that everybody's in the best place as possible. And so that's that nuisance code compliance, RVs, all kind of wrapped together so that right now, how many nuisance things are sitting on the shelf? You've got.
Off the top of my head, I haven't looked lately, so I mean, I have a stack of things that have come in over the last year. 20 plus.
Oh, and I
Some of
know-
those,
That I haven't done
I will
anything
say
with.
some of those are really hard.
Yeah,
That there is no, this isn't something about facilitate, which I agree with you. I don't want you to, and I think that is always our perspective, is that we want to figure out a way to help people get through. We don't want to be the police, whether it's the RV police or short-term rental police or the sewage police. That's why we're complaint driven. Like, we don't go look for problems. We want, it only has to get to a certain level.
but then
But
not
some of
being able
those, some of
to-
those cases are old,
Are
they're
old.
tough, where it's like, hey, it's,
And some of the ones that are newer, I can't do anything, and I mean, my hands are tied as to I can do this, this, and this, and then I'm done. And you still have the people who have complained, who have not gotten the satisfaction they would like.
Right.
And I can't, I'm ineffective in the
right.
sense
I mean, I don't
of
want to say, oh, we should just throw our hands up. It's too hard.
solving
It's not.
problems.
I think we can get a
So-
lot, I think we can, we should take care of the stuff that we can, the easy stuff. But understanding we're always gonna have some hard stuff that's,
Yeah, and we're always
hard.
gonna need those teeth, and that stick's gotta be there. I'm not saying we take the stick away. I'm just saying that we allow our agency the ability to be creative to get things done. And so some of these, like, if we go out for bid to clean up a property and it comes in at $80,000, and that's crazy. Or we can use solid waste, and that's gonna, in the end, that's gonna cost us money, probably about $40,000, because even if we sell the property, it ain't worth that,
Right.
But if we can bring in solid waste, and solid waste can have a dumpster, we pay for the dumpster to sit there one time, and they clean up their property. To me, that's a savings to the county in the long run. They get to stay on the property. We keep getting property tax from it. Good things can happen. That's just one little example, but we need to create the tool chest so that they can do what they need to do, what they think is best to keep things moving forward.
Well, I have ideas to add on to yours, but
Okay.
that's for a workshop. So, yeah, you were talking about her needing guidance on what she needs to bring back for us. So I'm just gonna bring the conversation back to that. So when she leaves, she knows what she's.
What do you
gonna bring
want
back
on
for us.
February 4th from
There you
me?
go. I'm just bringing the conversation back around.
I'm just trying to think, can we get, February 4th, what do we have, an hour maybe? Do we start with the RVs on February 4th? We can't get through both.
yeah,
of
we
those.
can't, I think we need to pick one.
Is this February 4th? Is this a Tuesday?
That's a Thursday. You could start at 9 o'clock and go till noon.
Yeah.
Come back after lunch and do another 4 hours. That's
Yeah.
totally up to you.
Oh,
I was gonna say, this
maybe
is a
we can hit
Tuesday,
both.
So
Yeah, Lee gave me the time slot, but today's presentation was to give you the basics of what I found in my research that Jacob asked me to do, and then what do you want me to prepare for February 4th? And is it all 3 topics? Is it 2 topics? Is it 1 topic? How thorough do you want me to get in any one direction?
Well, I think what I will do, Lynn, is I will get with you outside to give you, I'm gonna write some things down. And then we can talk about it.
look into other county issues or code and
Yeah.
bring examples.
Yeah, some of that I have printed, I just didn't give it to you today.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, actually, what I'm gonna suggest is, because I don't want to put us on the spot now, is that I would just ask all 3 of us to commit to, if we have specific ideas, things that we want in that topic, that we just let Lynn know, so that that kind of puts it on us to, if we've got some specific ideas about things, and we're gonna have a lot of the same ideas, and that'll be a place to start. Because I have some ideas, but I don't.
Yeah, and if individually you want me to come over here, you want to come over to my office, just let me know. And that way I kind of have an idea of the direction I need to go to prepare for
The
the
4th is not that far away.
No, it's not. So, yeah, so I'm gonna have some,
Yeah, and if you don't hear anything from
then I'm just
1
gonna
or
wing
2 of
it.
us or 3 of us, then
Pick your
it's
own
like,
route.
right, yeah.
Push it out if that would
But
be more
Lynn,
effective.
If they want to, that might be helpful, just bump it out a few weeks even.
No, I think, because I don't think we're gonna come on the 4th and it's like, we're gonna have a shiny new purple
Yeah, it's not
thing
gonna be
ready to go.
rubber stamped at the end of the.
Darn
floor,
it.
but it'll give us
I was
a-
hoping.
No,
It will
I don't
give us
think so.
direction and movement from there.
So Lynn, do look up the City of White Salmon's STR ordinance. I'm very certain that somebody on this phone call is probably knows there's an STR group in the area that's probably gonna wanna get involved.
Yeah.
Their neighbors are gonna wanna get involved in the end, you know, but there's a lot we can do to bring the information to start having the discussion. I wasn't trying to take up an hour on this.
No, it's they're important topics. I mean, one thing I think this teaches me, and it always should be, is that we should always question our things that we relied on to make earlier decisions, because those can either have changed or they may have been not 100%
Yeah,
accurate.
Man, that was frustrating because I thought I would just be able to find that.
Yeah, oh, here it
exists.
is. Well, and I will
Yeah.
say that it was not, and I don't want to throw your predecessor under the bus, because he was not alone.
Right.
The health director came in with him with a different set of, you can't do it and this is why.
And it
And you are
may
gonna be
be-
absolutely contrary to, and that's another,
And that might be there may be that information.
maybe it's there, I don't know. And
I
so it's like,
couldn't
oh, if
find
I
it.
have to,
But that doesn't mean it doesn't
I think it
exist.
would be good though, if we can get the health director and we can get public works and we haven't had everybody sitting at the table together.
Do we all want them in the same room on the first meeting, or do we want to get some blueprints together on the first meeting?
And it
To
might
go
be,
over with them on the
benefit-
second meeting.
but if we put a set of blueprints together and they're in the wrong direction
That's
because
no, I mean, my recommendation would be that we do have them in the room and that we have, and what we're, I think, trying to do is give them the policy direction as far as, here's what we want. Now you tell it, don't just tell me, oh, that'll never, like I got before was, well, you can't do that because this is illegal, that's illegal, that's, okay, if that's true, then come prepared with that. But
right,
if not, I want you thinking
where's the
about,
language?
how are you gonna, here's what the board wants to do as far as help us figure out a way to do it. That, because that's always our goal
Mhm.
is, I always tell, I have told you, I have told lots of staff, your job when folks come in is to figure out a way within the rules to give them what they want.
Mhm.
And that's kind of our approach to county government.
So I like Jake's remark of in the least words possible.
Well, yeah, I mean, because
That's
you can get
freedom, less
it,
words, more
yeah.
freedom.
50 pages isn't helping anyone.
So in terms of getting them together, we can't put everybody in here on the
No.
4th. So some of this is gonna have to be Zoom is gonna be.
That's the unfortunate part.
So, I'm just trying to think, who needs to be in the room versus, I guess Zoom's the same thing anyways.
I guess.
Should we move on?
Yeah, let's move on. We're way behind. Okay, our next item is
Thank you,
our
Lynn.
add-on.
Thank
Thanks
you.
you.
Thank you,
Our
Ms. Lynn.
resolution.
You're welcome.
Our add-on, which is somewhere.
Where is that, John?
What are we doing?
Lee,
Add on?
Can you email me the resolution real quick so I can throw it up on the page for everybody on the screen?
I don't have my email.
Oh. I only.
It's in that file.
I only saw it in the file.
It's in the file.
I just wanted to let everybody.
So people can
read
see it, right, read it. I didn't see it.
There should be regular agenda.
Yeah. Right, yeah, here we go.
Okay, it's in there. It's marked add-on.
It's at the very back, everybody, and I'll take a picture and email it to myself.
There you go.
Jake, it's on your,
Is it on the share drive?
it's on your share drive.
Oh, why didn't you just
It's on
pull it
your
off of
packet.
there? It's in the packet on
It's
the.
in the packet. It should be tabbed.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, that's on the face of it. Pull up your share drive and it's right there. It says add-on.
Add-on, there we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, everybody should
There we
be
go.
able to see it.
Okay, if people had it, I'm.
Well,
ready for a motion to adopt the
Motion to accept
resolution.
this motion, is that what we're doing here?
Accept the, to adopt the resolution.
Motion to adopt the resolution. On January 14th, 2021, in the matter of solar energy development projects that would connect into the Bonneville Power Administration's night substation that may be subject to review through conditional use process.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to say that pretty much everything west of 97 for solar development that I can think of will likely have to connect into that night road substation. Unless there's something that's within the Columbia River Gorge National Scenic Area, which I'm
Which
not
wouldn't fly
seeing
in.
happening. And so, so I really think that this is probably the best option that we have available in terms of the EOZ for most of the other solar development other than this area is going to be where the wind turbines are. Whereas you have to be close to those substations. That's where these companies pick to go. And I've flown from here all the way to Arizona, and every substation that gets built, you're seeing these things pop up right near them, all the way down the line. And at least down the 97 line, because where it's considered the high sunlight. So I just want to make that statement.
Did you have a
Quick question, the solar that they were thinking, DNR was taking land down at Harms Road, Centerville Highway, way long distance away from that substation. Do you have any recall on how they were planning on hooking up down there?
So as I recall, the DNR canceled the lease.
Right.
And they canceled the lease and they put it out to bid and nobody bid on it. And now it sits there empty. Being the reason I think is because it's such a distance.
I say the word I heard was that it was a go and then it wasn't a go, but interesting. The same deal, there's been thought of windmills on Finn Ridge Road, which is out just south of me. There's no substation up there anywhere. So, I mean, where would these people be hooking to without dropping?
they'd have to build it, or they'd have to do a transmission line, which they have done. I mean, but that's really expensive. And so that does tend to limit where any of these projects get built.
All right, I have no further comment then.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution, which formalizes the motion that we took last week. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, motion passed. Okay, consent.
Make a motion that we accept the consent agenda with
19.
Is there 19 items? Oh, there it is.
Yeah. You have a second?
There's a second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Any discussion on those? None. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passed. Okay, accounts payable.
I guess I'll continue to start a motion that we accept accounts payable for 2020 in the amount of $1,409,487.33 for the date ending January 19th, 2021.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve accounts payable warrants. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed.
And I will make a motion that we accept the accounts payable for 2021. The last one was 2020, this one's 2021, in the amount of $142,709.23.
I wish.
Right? $142,709.23 for the date ending January 20th, 2021.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. This is for the 2021 accounts payable. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed.
I'll let Jake do the pay estimates.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to accept the pay estimate number 2 to All Service Heating and Air Conditioning Incorporated in the amount of $165,846.47, with retainage in the amount of $7,713.79 and 7.5% sales tax in the amount of $7,713.79 for a payment amount of $158,132.68 for the Klickitat County Jail HVAC system.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. This is for the pay estimate number 2 for the jail HVAC system. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion for the pay estimate number 9 to Kirby Nagelhout Construction Company in the amount of $786,970.56, with retainage in the amount of $39,348.53 and 7.5% sales tax in the amount of $59,022.79 for a payment amount of $806,644.82 for the County Services Building Project, contract number C03120.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. This is for pay estimate number 9 to Kirby Nagelhout. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Okay, we've spent all the money. Next would be prosecuting attorney David Cannell, if you are on the phone, if you had anything to update the board with.
Well, you just spent all the money, so I don't know what I can.
Well, that's true.
No, in jest, I don't have anything to report. The only caution, we had a criminal docket today. I went, I think pretty well considering the clerk's office was closed. I would just pass, that the board might want to think about reminding electeds and departments to have contingency plans in effect if they have an abrupt emergency closure, so some sort of business can continue in their office or department. I would just urge any elected or department head listening and the board to remind people that it can affect you. We can shut down your office on a moment's notice. You need to have contingency plans in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Any questions for David? Okay. Thank you, sir. Board pending. Actually, before I go to that, we do have, did you have something you wanted to get in front of the board while we're still?
If you have a few minutes.
We do.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I know it's been a long day. My intent and hope is to bring a resolution to you next Tuesday to extend the emergency paid sick leave portion of the County Family First Coronavirus Response Act policy that expired December 31st. Before I put that on the agenda and take your time, I'd like to, if you have the time, give you a little background on it to see the sense of the board and see if there's any concerns you might have before we actually bring it for formal consideration. So in March, the federal government passed the Family First Coronavirus Response Act. Part of that directed local governments like Klickitat County to create a Families First Coronavirus Response policy, of which there was 2 parts. One, it provided 80 hours of emergency paid sick leave. So that's different than the employees' sick leave they accrue. And then they expanded the family medical leave for certain situations like childcare and some other issues. That all expended. April 1st, we did adopt the policy. December 31st, that expired. Myself and my peers around the state, I think we're waiting to see if the federal government, if it was going to be part of the most recent stimulus package to extend that, because the pandemic didn't end December 31st. Or if it's going to come in the next one or not at all. Since then, a number of counties have started to extend the 80-hour paid, emergency paid sick leave portion of the policy to a date into the future. We currently have employees dealing with this situation, and it's not, in my opinion, equitable how employees are paid. Some, the elected officials, in some cases, have the ability to use administrative leave. In other cases, employees can work from home on quarantine if they're not sick, of course. And so they don't have to use sick leave or vacation. And then we have employees that either don't have the technology or their job does not allow them to work from home. So if they can be quarantined many, many times and will use all of their sick leave and vacation and then ultimately go without pay for nothing they've done, nothing is, that they've done to do that. So by extending this policy for the 80-hour sick leave, it would extend it for those who have not used their 80 hours yet. And I would propose, or will propose, that we extend it out probably till June 30th. Different counties would pick different times. So it would just keep that portion going. I've talked to the auditor's office. That's already set up. The policy is in place, the parameters of how they can use this and when they can use this, none of that changes. It would just be extending the timeline. So again, I will bring that to you unless there's a consensus of the board that it's not something that you want to do, or if you have concerns, then I can try to address those before I bring it back to you next week.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Questions? I'm torn, but I'm okay with it.
How we talk about it. Right?
Okay, yeah, good. Then I'll bring it back for formal consideration, and we can have further discussion once you've seen all the background documents and resolutions. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have a brief update regarding your railroad raising the roof.
Oh, yeah, we looked at that before.
Right, I asked Gordy real quick while he was here. And about 10 years ago, they did guesstimates on how much it would cost. And at that time, it was $85,000 to raise that roof.
Oh, wow.
And the decision was made not to move forward.
Yeah.
He said now he feels that the estimate would probably be $150,000. They still do have
The
the
$10,000.
$10,000 grant, but
If this grant is earmarked for what?
it was for that railroad.
For anything to do with that
I don't-
project, or was
I
it
think it
earmarked
was
for that
specific
roof?
to that
or-
project, but that's something we have to.
My recollection is what we, we've had that's been kind of a long standing where people were not real happy with what ended up being there. The roof was too low, and so it was like, oh, they went to the railroad. The railroad said, yeah, we agree. Here's $10,000, go do it. And it was like, okay, to do what you want to do, it costs $85,000. And we debated, in fact, I think we offered to just send the $10,000 back to the railroad. And they said, no, just keep it. And
Yeah,
we'll see.
I would suggest we contact the railroad and see if we can use it for something else.
Yeah.
Because.
Yeah, well,
if
maybe.
they come up asking for, 80,000 or 60,000 to fix the roof, I don't know that I'm signing off on that one.
Maybe Dana can use that for his memorial down there.
Yeah.
That's where I was gonna go.
Or something, so yeah, I would recommend, that would be my choice to the board, is to have them call in and ask if we can have permission to use that grant for a different source.
In that, that's still in the same
wheelhouse.
park. It's,
Right,
I mean,
in the
it's,
same wheelhouse,
it's
right.
right. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Don't know if they
I would
go
just,
along
I
with
can't
it,
imagine
but-
I would,
I don't believe so.
why it would need to. I had sticker shock before when it was 80.
Yeah. No, that
It was like, good Lord. And then keep- Start
And
over.
that's why we're discussing it during pending and not during citizen comment.
All right. Commissioner Anderson, you dropped off a page here. Is this something you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, are we moving on to the, it goes with the other thing that's sitting in front of you with,
Sitting in front of me.
it was the board, it was printed out and handed to you, the support for the community forest. Did you?
Let's talk about.
Are you talking, that was last, I don't have it now.
Oh,
Was it, when was it?
this morning.
Hang on.
I thought it was.
See, I had stuff to you at 10 o'clock, so I don't surprise you.
Well, I thought I got it to you. Davey printed it off this morning. and-
Doesn't mean I can't pick on you about it.
Yeah, okay, well,
Sure, I have absolutely zero idea what you're talking about.
no, good. Then we can have a great discussion.
Yeah.
It's gonna come up once I figure out
Yeah, I
what.
have
By
yours,
default,
so I
it's
can, she said she
just
printed it
no.
for you, but not printed it.
Oh, I
else.
thought I asked.
Yeah, good, I can move that.
I will, I'll go make
Oh,
copies.
are you keep sliding out of the
Slide
picture?
me completely out of the picture. If I don't know where to snuggle with you.
Yeah.
I don't know if that cord pulls on it or, the camera.
Oh, maybe when people
Just-
sit at
Sit
the
down,
table, maybe
they
it
shake it.
shake it and it slides.
Okay, there's that.
Yeah, you are barely,
Well, at least it's,
yeah,
I guess I should have just centered my chair that I could see.
yeah, because you're barely in it.
And Jake's a lot in it.
Right, so you can twist it a little bit.
Well, his name tag's on the left side of him,
Oh,
so I try to make sure his name tag's in it.
I see.
And then next thing you know, I'm not, so I think that's.
So there's, you can
Oh, okay.
read on your screen the first little bit on it. So we are moving into board pending.
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we wait for just a minute while she gets those printed off so you can have the hard copy.
Can we take a break for 2 minutes, 3 minutes while we're down the hall while we're waiting?
You wanna?
Yeah, let's, we're gonna recess for a couple minutes here for,
Thank you.
just for a break, and then we will be back. So folks on the phone or on the Zoom, you can avail yourself of the same break if you need to. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
It's been online on the computer, on the internet, so
Mhm.
people can see it.
People can see it.
Yes. They could follow along with the agenda packet.
Where's the packet at on the?
You go to the agendas, click on the agenda, click here for the entire packet, and they have everything that's, everything that's you guys have, except for the address,
Except for the,
they have it.
perfect.
I think I'm gonna go take advantage of that as well.
There you go.
Well, that is a pretty map. That's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Are you digging it up there after today, or are you making it a permanent structure or something?
Well, it'd be nice to get it on the wall. Maybe we can stick it above.
Well, I was gonna say, that's what I was thinking. get
Yeah, it
above
would
that.
probably fit there or there, one, either place.
When somebody gets around to it, they can, but
They can pry it loose.
until then, it doesn't need to roll. It's a good view. It's a good topographical map of the topographical.
We look a little flower children-y, but
Can have her invert the colors.
yeah, she dropped, oh, there's, let's see what you're talking about.
Okay, are we ready?
Yeah, you're gonna have to just give me the rundown on this. So I don't have to read
Most
the
of them
whole
are
thing
just
right away.
signatures.
Yeah, most of its signatures look like. Okay, I will reconvene us. And Commissioner Anderson.
All right, thank you, Chairman. I had an email from Mr. Jay McLaughlin, head of the Mount Adams Resource Stewards this morning, and then it turned into a phone call. And what you're looking at in front of you is a letter that's going around. As you can see, the entire state, different county commissioners are signing on board. And what it is it's on the state community forest dollars. And it runs through the RCO. It's something that's we've been through, I think, one round 2 years ago. One of the very top projects 2 years ago was for Mount Adams Resource Stewards to purchase some property up near Glenwood. And Jay sent this morning and asked if I would bring it up to you guys. And it's for the next biennium, and it is for the overall goal of 22 million. Inslee came back with his budget with $9 to $10 million in available. So this letter of support is for the first ask. 9 to 10 million is what is in Jay Inslee's ask. Jay McLaughlin has a project that is currently ranked number 4 on this list, and it is for the purchase of 800 acres, which goes along with this map right here. Those 800 acres are what you're looking at. That's the Convoy Lake View, Convoy Lake Heights, BZ Glenwood Highway. It's not the one on the right, which is the Birchie Road HBU. So HBU stands for higher and better use, or highest and best use.
Where are these Convoy compared to Convoy National Park?
So Convoy Refuge is just to the north
of
of the main road that runs down there to the bottom. And so what these are all Weyerhaeuser properties that Weyerhaeuser's looking to get rid of. And so it was originally for 800 acres. Weyerhaeuser's now asked Jay if he would look at the Birchie Road, which is where the fire was this last year or this last summer. What Jay's portion of this is $1.4 million grant for that 800 acres. The grants require a 15% match, which works out to be about 300,000 acres. That he's going to work on acquiring the dollars for, so that the Mount Adams Resource Stewards can acquire this property. I don't know if I know, Dave, you're aware of what Mount Adams Resource Stewards does, but I don't know if you are or not, Dan.
No.
So I don't have their thing up on front of me.
Give me just a basic.
So what Mount Adams Resource Stewards is it's a nonprofit organization that believes in community forestry. And so what they do is they purchase and manage forest tracts of land that are usually multi-use. So up in Glenwood, there is the Outlet Creek, where Outlet Creek goes into the big lake there that people recreate in. The fire helicopters pull out of. So Mount Adams Resource Stewards bought that property, and they're managing that for recreation as well as timber. Jay also does a lot of the timber for the actual refuge in there. And then the Mount Adams Resource Stewards works with the Forest Service. I think Jay isn't on the phone right now, but I think he's up to like 16 or 18 employees. He has like a stew crew that runs around doing planting, thinning, a bunch of different stuff for a lot. I mean, he's creating quite the organization up there. They also do monitoring, but the main thing that they do with these properties is it's to be held within the community over the long term for renewable forestry purposes. And
just couple of quickie questions. Is all this property open to the public? Hunting, hiking, mountain biking?
Yes.
And dollars made from said tree harvest go where?
So the dollars made for the tree harvest either go back into the management of the property or into purchasing more property, but usually it's back into the management of that property. Sometimes like this 300,000, he might have to take a loan out for $100,000 of it or something. he can still go and cut some trees to pay off that loan too.
And this is not, he's asking for our support, but not asking for our funding.
He's not asking for our money. He's on, and I don't think he's ever asked for our money, has he? On a
I
project?
don't think we've ever done a match. The only thing
We worked together on the community forest up there.
yeah, I think we
But-
tried to do something for their, where the log yard, where they were doing, they were
The processing,
the processing and stuff for some utilities through Quesapita, for some power upgrades or something. I don't know if we ever actually even pulled that off. But no, as far as land purchases, I'm not aware that they've ever asked us. to
So
help
I
with
guess
it.
this leads to the much larger discussion over these timber grounds. So all this 800 acres was originally slated, SDS was looking at purchasing it. And SDS is not in the business of purchasing timber ground right now. The next question is this is Weyerhaeuser, this is actively going to be up for sale. Would we rather have an organization like Jay that's going to keep it in forestry use managing it, or would we rather have it sell off as 20 for people to build on these hillsides? Beautiful view lots, don't get me wrong, but that's really what we're looking at here. And this is going to be, you just talk about the difficult talks and discussions. We're going to be having a lot of those in the next year or so. And I believe the last go around, we sent in a letter of support for the purchase for the community forest, for that, biennium. But, so what he's looking for is seeing if we would be willing to sign on with all these other county commissioners onto this.
Are you saying these other governments that have signed on to this are signed on to this? Or their overall approach?
They're signed on to this.
The overall approach
Right.
that they do
Yes.
this elsewhere.
For allocation into the community forestry fund. And
And then it's a competitive
then
process.
it's a competitive process.
Which hopefully some of that money would
So,
fund this.
so at Inslee's current funding level, what he put forward, the 9 to 10 million,
Would this get
it would fund it through Jay. Jay would be the bottom one on it.
fairgrounds? Yeah, I'd support, I've been supportive in the past as far as they've had, and they've got a good track record as far as, these are local folks and it's being managed locally. They provide jobs locally, quite often when they're doing the management as far as harvesting stuff, it's literally people from Glenwood are working that are doing it. And so it's kind of what I'm curious, the birchy part, how much is that one,
Yeah.
Did he give you an indication? I was just kind
I think
of,
that's another 800 acres that's adjacent to
So
the
it's-
east of the Birchie Road. But
so we don't know if it's another roughly 100 million for, but it's not on.
probably not, because it just got burned.
So it'd be cheaper.
Yes.
I would say this, I don't know enough about the project. Hopefully in time, they reach out and educate me about the project. But I will sign on to the project with the faith in my fellow commissioners' recommendation to sign on to the project.
And I really appreciate that. And I really would recommend, give Jay McLaughlin a call. He's an excellent advocate, great guy. And go take the tour, go kind of see what they're doing up in Glenwood. It's pretty exciting. I was really surprised his last newsletter, how the organization has grown as far as how many people they got working up there now. Because, in the early days, it was literally him and one other, I think it was him to start with. And
Very hard for me to sign something that I'm not
yeah,
familiar with.
no, I
So
get that.
I will take your recommendation on it and we'll go. We'll sign because of that.
Okay.
And then hopefully he either reaches out, maybe he's on Zoom and can hear, or Jake can pass on some information.
Yeah, I will get
Next
you.
time you talk to him,
I
say,
will
hey,
get you in
touch
touch with
that
him.
dumb guy in District 3.
Yeah.
And educate him.
No, he's good.
I will definitely get you in touch with them. With that, Mr. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we sign on for this letter of support to the the Community Forest 2021-2023 capital budget request.
Second.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to sign on to the support letter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
All right, I got another one.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I received a phone call from a gentleman from the State Liquor and Cannabis Board. And he wanted to know, number one, where we're currently at with our moratorium, if we're going to be looking at it again. He also wanted to talk about with, I think it was a bill that was just passed. Granted, it was in the evening when he called me, and I can't remember everything. In essence, they're looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion with regards to cannabinoid industries and businesses. It was found that there's a disproportionate number of minorities that own and operate these businesses, and they are going to open it up within the state so that these businesses can apply for because these licenses are in a certain weird.
Are you saying that there's the majority of the business license are owned by minorities?
No,
I heard the
not
other way.
opposite. Okay, that makes
No, I
more
heard it the
sense.
other way.
Yeah.
So yes.
I thought, really? That
Yeah.
surprises me.
Yeah, disproportionate or
Right, okay.
not managed by minorities. And so he wanted to know where we're currently at with it. He also was wondering, like, because once, like, what he's told me that there's only 3 businesses in the county, and like you mean there was Margie's and
Say
Bingen.
there's 16 and a half or something.
There was of the retail, there was one over here, and then there was the Bud Hut. And
yeah, but there's some medical stuff that's not necessarily on that list, I believe.
there's other stuff that's not on the list, and but he didn't even have the Bud Hut on it, because I know Margie's is in Bingen, that doesn't come up on ours. This one out here is within city limits, and so he's going back to get more information to bring back to me. But that also brought up the question of, we passed a moratorium back in 2014. In 2017, we got rid of the daylight or the sunset clause, and the laws and a lot of things have changed in that time. Is that moratorium something that we would like to revisit and have discussions about?
My opinion, and this is just me, I am of the opinion that large items, like rescinding that moratorium or sanctuary cities for 1639, I would prefer, if it got that far, that the commissioners put it on a ballot for the vote of the people. It's a bigger decision that I think a commissioner should have and should go before the people if we're going to do that.
So I guess the question then would be, when it comes, specific to the marijuana, I'm going to call it a moratorium. It's not, I guess technically it isn't anymore. It's a prohibition. It's just outright prohibition right now. Is that something that the board wants to revisit?
Yeah.
Because it's a different board. That was the previous board. As to how we would decide whether we want to, I mean, I'm open to having a discussion about referring it to the voters. But I guess the first question is it something this board even wants to take up to revisit?
And I guess I'll go back to my answer on that. It's kind of the same as redoing the EOZ. Until I hear enough outreach from people concerned for this matter, that matter, any other matter, I wouldn't change the policy decision of the past boards.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly that topic. It's very charged as far as surprising, not surprising. I will say, those of us that were here when that all happened, it was surprising how uncontroversial it was until it was controversial.
I say whether if we put it on the ballot, whether it would pass or fail, I really
I don't know because
there's people on both sides of that issue that are on both sides of that issue.
Right.
So I've heard During the campaign, I did hear a little bit about it from supporters of mine, actually. And I kind of told them the same thing. I am one man. I'm not your king. If I was going to do anything, I would recommend putting it back on the ballot. But enough people would need to scream in my ear to spend the money to put it on the ballot. But just one guy over here. What's your opinion, Jake? You're pushing it over here. Let's.
No, I just wanted to bring it up because this guy's going to be getting back to me. And for me personally, I hate moratoriums for one. I hate emergency moratoriums. I think you should always be planning far enough ahead that you don't need one.
I would agree with that.
And I also really dislike, I'm a private property rights advocate, and the laws and the times are changing. I know a lot of people who are in the industry, and it provides a lot of jobs in this area currently. And it is, I mean, the next one is that the Fed, I mean, since this has passed, the hemp thing has changed at the federal level even. And there are areas, and I believe that this thing is our current moratorium stops any agricultural producer from growing hemp as well, in essence. And we also don't receive some of the benefits because we're not signed on, right? Some of the state.
No, actually, we do get the state dollars because we have operating.
Yeah.
There was some question, there were some state legislators that wanted to write things in a way that if you weren't, you wouldn't get anything. And it's like, no, we have it. We had just said, we're okay. And I will say at the time, my position was, I didn't say no, not ever. It was more, I'm okay with, we have a significant presence, not a huge presence of the industry in the county. And it's enough for us to kind of get an idea of how is it working. And that I was open to, we would look at it in the future. I'm not saying, although I will say we have citizens that were, by God, this needs to be outlawed.
Yeah,
we need to burn out those people.
And
we've got other people that are the opposite. So
I will go on record to say I have no interest in the product and prefer it not being here. But I'm not here for my opinion.
Right.
I'm here to represent their opinion. So that's why I'm saying what they want to do is what I will do. But I honestly think that is so close that I won't make a decision personally pro or against, because I think if it was on a ballot, it would be that close. Now, I wouldn't doubt it if we were considering it, if some of our 16.5 grows that are out there came in and were against growing because now they got to share their resources.
Yeah, that could be.
Which I'm just going to laugh at. But yeah, I guess I'd say I'm not in a big hurry for change until there's about 12,000 people out there that ask me for it.
Well, I don't know about that, because with our moratorium though, those 16.5 businesses also can't grow. And so they're stuck at what they're at.
But I'm sure their neighbors are happy about that too.
Right. That could be the case. But anyways, I brought up a lot of things that we're dealing with. This is not going to be my baby that I run with. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Would you like the planning director to give the board an update on where we are?
I talked to her this morning, and that's where she gave me the ordinances of where we were. And so that's why I just brought it up. Is that something?
Yeah, I mean, I will say,
Can the citizens put on the ballot their own advisory vote to notify us? I don't know that they can. I think it's.
I don't know if there is
only
a
the commissioners that can
put something on there. I don't think they have like they do at the statewide level, at the county level.
Yeah.
It's interesting you say, as far as the division, it would be interesting to see what it is now. I will say when we had the vote, the statewide vote on it, because I was always on record as I was a no. I was not, I didn't think it was a particularly good idea personally. But again, I would implement whatever folks said.
Right.
And so when we were having all the debate about it. I actually went through precinct by precinct
Uh-huh.
so that I understood, and I counted and it was literally, there was one vote difference between yes and no in my
precinct?
in my districts, in my stuff in District 2. And so I was like, obviously I'm getting no guidance.
I guess I would say, and where I've told the constituents when I was running, is I don't like making change when only 50.2% of the public want that change.
Right.
That's,
yeah.
It's, and you know, the same people that want this change understand if we throw 1639 sanctuary city on a ballot, it could pass by 50.2%. Is that something we really want to do? And so, yeah, I hate change that is barely a change and swings your policies so greatly.
Right. I agree.
Okay, I just made you the host again.
So sweep this under the.
I would say for today,
I will, whatever he sends, I will forward to Lee,
Okay.
so Lee can forward to you
Okay,
guys so that you can
let's-
understand
yeah.
exactly what this guy.
I mean, we were getting a pretty steady push from folks to open it back up because there's some business interests as far as there's some permits that people would like to move. Although the board did set, when you talk about existing businesses, we did grandfather the existing businesses into whatever their permit, not what they are at, but whatever when the period was open, the highest level that they were potentially permitted for.
They could go
We had said, because that's not fair,
Right,
because you got permission and people know that building a business, quite often you start small and you're going to grow. It's not fair to pull a rug out from under them. And so we were.
And I respected that decision.
Yeah, that's not okay.
Question, since we're on the topic, I'm assuming since they're growing things that they're still under an agricultural tax bracket with the property taxes.
I don't know.
I don't believe it's ag. I don't think that'd be a question.
I think we didn't determine it to be, I think it was.
So they're residential, even though if they're 40 acres of growing.
No, if you're 40 acres, you're either open space or ag anyway.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you, right, but
If you did
because of
qualify,
ag,
though,
you had to be growing a crop or grazing an animal to
Yeah.
qualify. So my question was, is whether marijuana is considered a crop in Klickitat County.
I don't think so.
So I guess
That's
that
a
brings
question.
up another question I'm gonna have down the road that we need to start thinking about, and I don't know that's already been addressed. I'm just looking at you you may have already covered this. When solar panels go on agricultural land, do we have, I'm assuming it ain't gonna be ag anymore, it's gonna go into whatever, residential or whatever.
Right.
Do we have, or has the commission ever had a talk about making a new tax classification for whatever you want to call it, whether you want to call it commercial solar or commercial energy or whatever, so that they're not, I guess I would say you look at some of these properties and the guy next to them that owns 2 acres is paying $4,000 an acre, or no, $4,000 for 2 acres. I'd hate to see some commercial entity paying less than the resident who's got to look at that commercial entity. So hopefully down the road, we can have that discussion.
Yeah, I'm not sure as far as that would be an assessor with Department of Revenue as far as.
That's what I was working
Yeah,
on.
I don't think we can create, I think there are in statute,
Well,
the different classifications as far as
it's
the,
on my notes when we have that
Yeah.
workshop, but a little guidance for our opinion on that.
right.
I
mean,
couldn't be a bad idea.
No, and I think it's, I don't actually know the answer as far as the residential. I mean, I'm reacting to, because we've all gotten emails saying, it's going to get moved into residential. I don't actually know that. I don't know that. I can't
I know
confirm
when
that.
you guys were talking about the potential for the one down on Harms and then Lund Hill. My predecessor was talking, okay, you can't, gray sheep under solar panel, blah, blah, blah. That was a year ago, and I don't know that we still have an answer for what tax bracket it's in and they're being installed, so. hopefully that gets handled soon enough so that.
I
people-
think what we did know though was that it can't stay in ag.
Right.
So it's gonna have to get pulled out of open space ag. One of the concerns on Lund Hill that was raised was make sure that the farmer, whoever,
Is not the one paying.
is not the one paying, because it costs a lot of money to pull things out
Well,
of open
somebody
space.
needs to
7
pay
years
the
back
7 years back.
They're right, and so that would make sure it's the developer.
Well, yeah,
who's
and
doing
hopefully the farmer was smart enough when he signed the lease with
Right.
the developer to make sure that past and future.
Right.
But
Yeah,
the
because the
one
tax
person
is
I
gonna
want to make
be,
sure isn't paying is the guy sitting out there that isn't going to benefit from the solar. So, but anyway, that's just a topic for future discussion.
Okay.
Back to Jake.
I've got one more. And this one's finally something like super positive, super good.
The easy one you're
Something
saying.
easy.
The ones you
Yes,
gave today are
yes,
pretty easy.
I always end on a
appreciate it.
positive note in all deliberations.
Okay.
So the positive note is when I was going through the last week's board packet for the expenses, I came across how many miles each one of our volunteers had driven with regards to senior services, delivering senior meals, doing all those things. And I thought it would be a great idea if we could send thank you letters to all of those people.
Wow.
And
There's a lot of them too.
and there's a lot of them, and I got an email with the list of them, and I wanted to bring it up to you guys. I was gonna sign my name to it, and Nibby was gonna print them off, but if you guys would like, we can have all of us sign our names.
sure,
I like it.
I like it.
I
No,
like it.
that's good. It's always good to recognize.
I don't know how you find the time to look at things like that.
I read my board packet at 2 a.m.
Yeah. I read it 3 times and I still, I was thinking the same thing, but I guess I was preparing for veterans, not that one. But same idea,
I'll leave that one
but
up
on
to
the
you.
veteran part, but yeah, no. So yes, I would like to be involved in that.
I'm sure
Just
if he's
sign my name.
listening, and she'll probably have them all printed off with everybody's names.
By the end of the meeting in 5 minutes too, Ibby.
Yes.
Remember that.
And then he got us out to sign, or was that just for you to sign?
I think this is just the chair signs for, it's for the use of the fairgrounds for the shot clinic.
That's all I have under board pending. Well, okay,
Do-
all I'm willing to say.
We don't need to make any motion or anything to get Gordy to working on the tent, just us saying, yes, we're doing a tent.
Oh, yeah,
is
no,
good enough.
that's good enough.
Got it.
I had, go ahead if you had something else.
I didn't have anything unless somebody had any boards or committees that they sit on that they want to update us. Whether that's housing or airport or whatever else. If you have any news that you would like to share, I would be open to listening.
Anything from your airport meeting?
Nothing specific from the airport meeting, but I did get a tour of the grand tour of the airport, and there's a lot of investment going into that area, and it's probably, and we're gonna start in on.
Okay, here's me handing off we really need a new terminal sometime.
In the discussion, and hopefully coming soon.
Eventually.
Airport near you.
Yes.
But I will say though that they had a 10-year plan, a strategic plan that was done, and under your leadership, they fulfilled darn near all of it.
Yeah, we did. You
Like,
did a good job.
amazingly fulfilled a lot of it, and I expect to see a lot more growth around that airport in the next few years. So it's going to be exciting times. With that said, I think there'll be more growth faster at the airport than the replacement of the bridge. So
Well, that bridge is a long ways away.
a lot of money away.
Yeah, a lot of money.
Which makes it long years away.
Yep. But no, thank you guys for letting me limit the number of committees I'm on, because I'm still training Whitney and she's doing a great job so far. And so that's going well.
Good. I don't have, the only one new, I don't think I've had any meetings. I did get an orientation with area aging, ADSWA, Mike Reardon with that agency. I've got my first meeting later. That's a new one for me. And none of my other committees have met. Housing is coming up.
What is, one of the things in our consent was public health giving funds to the housing. Was that a separate low-income housing thing, or was part of that covering the trailers up here, do you know?
No, it wasn't the trailers. It was,
Just subsistence housing kind of stuff? for
yeah,
your
it
gig
came
down there?
through the affordable housing. There's some of the recording fees that runs through the health department, which
Right.
seems like a,
Weird place.
yeah. And that's what that was. One thing I did want to bring up before we leave, because I want to get your recollections. I could go back and listen to the tape or the recording. It's not really, we don't have tapes anymore. Our meeting last week, our workshop on Tuesday, I had heard from a couple folks that that people appreciated that, you know, it was a workshop and I had determined, and I think you folks were supportive about, you know, we weren't going to take public comment, that this was an opportunity for the board to have the discussion amongst itself with staff as far as on that. And we did have the one, Brian Walsh, the developer, chimed in once to make some comment, and it was no, we're not going to do that. There was a perception, I don't remember it this way, that Mr. Walsh talked at length later in the meeting. They said for like 3 minutes, and I think it was Dave McClure that was talking, because it's hard for people to know.
If you don't recognize the voice, my recollection of it is Mr. Walsh started to speak.
Yeah.
You stopped him and was thinking about allowing him, and then I kind of mentioned that if you did, you'd have to
It's gonna
let
be
the public
everybody,
in.
right?
So then you told him that he couldn't, and then later when I asked staff, just for clarification, that they could go through the state process if they wanted, he piped back up again a second time and said, yes, we can.
Right.
And
So
that
we
was
did
the-
actually speak
So,
twice.
but that
We
was
did
the
actually
extent
speak
of it.
out of turn, and I was actually gonna bring that to your,
Okay.
I guess I would say how do I word this? Whether it's a billionaire on the phone line, whether it's a corporate man on the phone line, or whether it's Joe Public, I think they should all be corrected accordingly and told to please don't interrupt our meeting. I mean, we did it nicely the first time. I thought you did it very fair and nicely. When you did it again, we should have kind of been a little harder on it, because I would expect us to be harder on Joe Citizen doing the same thing, interrupting twice during a meeting. But anyway, that was just kind of my take on it.
I think what we can do technology-wise in the future is, can't we just mute everybody?
Well, I think that was the thing, is I was surprised he was unmuted. But no, he did not speak at length. It was 1 word, 2 words.
That's what I thought. I don't, because I was wondering if they were confused
I
by,
actually like the fact that he spoke up and said, yes, we can. because
I
then think
appreciated it,
everybody
but I
knew
can
that
understand
that's
the
case.
public's
Yeah.
right.
dislike.
Some people
the
are really
dominance of the
sensitive
public.
about fairness and access, and that's what I said. It's like, no, that was certainly the intent was that we were gonna have,
If we
it's gonna
sure
be the
didn't
same for
solicit it.
everybody. Right.
We didn't solicit those remarks.
But it is also our right to solicit. We
Correct.
are
Oh, yeah, we
able
could.
to act,
We
right.
totally could. And we have, and I will say in the past, we want interactions. We generally let people talk. If we were in a format that it was easier and we could have some give and take, because that's kind of the nature of workshops, is it's informal. And if the board wants to be able to get information from people, whether it's the public, citizens, technical information, that's okay. But I know on this topic, folks, you know, we have to be.
Not
we've got
that
to
I
be
wouldn't
careful.
like to have more input, or I guess I would say have that gentleman talk more. It was just a matter of at that time.
Right, no, I
was out of.
I
If he
agree.
called in at 1 o'clock during citizen comment, I don't know. I God, that thing is such a mess. I just have this feeling that if the energy company would reach out to the locals, or the local companies would reach out to the energy company, and they would just sit down in a room and not be turds to each other, then we'll figure out how to be good neighbors, but, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't let him ramble,
No, you
that he
did
gave
not,
a
sir.
3-minute
You
thing.
handled it quite professionally.
That's not how I remembered it, so. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to say thank you to you both for the way that you're running the meetings and conducting yourselves. It means a lot to me, and I've heard a lot of good things from people talking about how easy it is to understand on the Zoom because people can see us now. They know who's talking. We're not sitting there going, which commissioner said this? You know, it's much smoother. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the regular meeting until 8:35 a.m. for our scheduled workshop on Thursday.
I'd like to thank you both the same as Jake, and I will second the motion.
All right, well, you could thank me by seconding the motion. I have a motion and a second to adjourn the regular meeting until 8:35 Thursday. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, motion passed. And I'll remind folks that we do a radio at 8:05, is that right on Thursday?
Yep.
It's a weird, I mean,
Well, yes,
it's
it's
basically
very
8 o'clock.
Are
It
are
just-
you guys coming in?
I think I'm just gonna come and we could do, if you
Yeah,
guys are okay, it'd be nice, because then it's easier to not be,
Talking
Over
over
each
each
other.
other, raise our hands
Yeah.
when we want our turn.
yeah. Or the.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it was used to be fun in the old days when we did